to Datin Dr. Bushro Binti Ali, the Director of the Teacher Training Institute, International Languages Campus, IPGKBA, and Dr. Hamida Binti Samsudin, the Deputy Director. Heads of departments, heads of units, senior lecturers, and all their esteemed guests. Welcome to Touronkai 2022. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Benyamin bin Muhammad Yusof to recite the prayers.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi as-sami'il 'alim minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulil amin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzubika min sakhatika wan nar. Allahumma innaka 'afuwwun karimun tuhibbul 'afwa fa'fu 'anna wa an walidina wa an jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ya Allah, Allahumma ya Rahman, Allahumma ya Rahim. On this blessed morning, in conjunction of Touronkai IPGKBA 2022 Institute of Teacher Education, International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur, we are grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing on us, your servants. Nonetheless, we seek your guidance for the success of this event. Allahumma ya Allah, Allahumma ya Latif, Allahumma ya Rahman. Please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide us. Please guide our campus, IPGKBA. Please guide our IPGA, Malaysia, to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Make us responsible intellectual, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your redha, in order to gain Mawdatillah. Make us your righteous servant and follow your commands as truly abid. Ya Allah, ya munzil al-barakah wa ya qadi al-hajah.
Establish our Indonesia is the first of any threat, is the first of any disaster, no natural disaster. And through your love, we ask for security and prosperity of our leaders and our country. Restore patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Ya Allah, please accept all our deeds as an environment. ربنا ظلمنا انفسنا وان لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. اللهم اجعلنا هدى مغفورا وتقبلنا
بارك معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يسبقنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. صلى الله عليه وسلم.
Into the ceremony for the recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Languages Teacher Training Institute, IPGKBA, has been a long-standing teacher training institution in Malaysia. Hence, let's enjoy this short video on the programs offered in the campus.
Welcome to Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur. Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus also better known by its initials IPGKBA, is one of the institutes of higher learning under the Ministry of Education, Malaysia. IPGKBA is a teacher training institute that offers certificate, diploma, and degree-level teaching programs. The institute is established for language courses such as teaching English as a second language, TESL, teaching foreign languages like French, German, Japanese, Korean, and Arabic. The Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus is strategically located in Lembah Pantai, a town southwest of Kuala Lumpur. It is very close to many public amenities, surrounded by fascinating and captivating landscapes and constructions. The campus is equipped with facilities such as accommodation, library, field, recording studio, language labs, computer labs, lecture halls, and sports facilities. Every corner of the campus is covered by lush green foliage. There is always a view great for a selfie. It is a campus integrated and intertwined between nature and concrete buildings. The Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus is constantly moving forward in developing quality teacher training. IPGKBA's vision is leading teacher education towards excellence. The mission is developing competent and passionate world-class school teachers through dynamic teacher education programs. IPGKBA is aiming towards excellence in teaching and learning, research and innovation, and the provision of lifelong learning. IPGKBA offers various teacher training programs such as the Bachelor of Teaching in English Language, Malay Language, and Islamic Education, Postgraduate Diploma Education in English, Korean, German, and Japanese. Over the years, the Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus developed partnerships with many international institutions to enrich cross-cultural experiences through collaborative projects. Some of our international programs are the Bachelor in Teaching French at University of Franche-Comté, France, as well as short courses like the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program (MTCP) to participants from developing countries. The Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus is on its way to transform teacher training and take it to the next level to meet the challenges of the future. IPGKBA is about possibilities, opportunities, communities, sharing, caring, teaching, technology, creativity, innovation, collaboration. The Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus is where the passion for teaching begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome Datin Dr. Bushra Binti Ali to give her speech and official commands on Touronkai 2022. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Dr. Hamidah Samsudin, Deputy Director of the Institute of Teacher Education, International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur. The keynote speaker is not here yet. Dr. Abdul Rahman Abdullah, Director of IPJ Campus Pendidikan Islam. Other directors from the Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia, distinguished guests from the embassy, an education officer from Hotel Institute Malaysia, the officers from Ministry of Foreign Affairs Malaysia, head of departments, head of unit, our colleagues who are joining us now via our YouTube channel in Indonesia, Brunei, Thailand, Vietnam, as well as other international viewers. Welcome to the Institute of Teacher Education International Campus, Kuala Lumpur. And thank you for joining us today for Touronkai 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Touronkai is a Japanese word which means forum. So from this, Touronkai in our context is a program that consists of conversations or talks that look into topics of public interest pertaining to education. It is one of our efforts to encourage intellectual discussions among scholars from different countries of their views on current education issues. It is also a platform for alumni for international programs organized by RTPTA, such as the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program, MTCP, Malaysia-Australia Education Program, MEPA, Joint Technical Cooperation Malaysia-Thailand Program, JTCM, International Language Workshop, ILOS, Korea-Malaysian Teacher Exchange Program, COMTEC, and Nihongo Partners Program, MP, to engage and continually support each other in developing knowledge and skills in language and teaching. It is our intention and objective of Touronkai program to provide exposure to educators in the 21st century pedagogical skills through the sharing of ideas and information. Ladies and gentlemen, Touronkai brings you panels of experts from various divisions in the education arena, and they will be discussing issues relating to the theme Transcending the Trends of the 21st Century Education, Insights into Empowering Teachers and Learners. It underscores the direction and path that Malaysia and the nations of the world are taking. In relation to this, issues on how technology has changed the process of teaching and learning, how 21st century education influence and empower teachers and learners would be some of the points to look out for in the discussions today. We at the Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia truly believe that teachers and learners should always be well equipped as to cope with the unforeseen changes in education and at the same time to optimally play their parts for the betterment of nation. The unpredictable and rapid changes in the 21st century education should not be seen as challenges but as opportunities for teachers and learners to embrace the current situation and to help each other in whatever way possible. Indeed, the recent COVID-19 pandemic has impacted many of our teachers, students, and schools significantly. The pandemic has created unprecedented challenges in many sectors, including education. With the sudden shift from classroom to remote learning, we had to quickly adapt and change our style of learning and teaching. Face-to-face interactions were replaced by virtual interaction. Despite the consequences for society as a whole, on the positive side, it has helped to enforce
the potential of technology and accelerated the rate of teachers and student engagement with technology. I'm sure each one of us here would have our own story to tell, and we cope on how we cope changes in education and adapt accordingly to ensure that quality education is not jeopardized. We have seen that the rise of technology usage have increased teachers' engagement with technology and for the most part have increased our confidence in using it. Ladies and gentlemen, current research shows increased numbers of students use internet today and do so at a very young age. The data tell us that they are already engaged with technology, which creates opportunities for teachers to integrate technology in the classroom. This also emphasizes the need for teachers to be able to use technology confidently and effectively. Hence, I believe that it is important for us to keep up to date with the latest trends and information so that we could provide better education to our children. And we need to be empowered so to stay relevant in meeting the needs of time. As John Dewey once said that if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. On that note, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially declare Touronkai 2022 open. Congratulations IPGKBA, especially to Department of Planning, Research and Innovation on the existence of Touronkai program, and I hope the sharing session will be beneficial and worthwhile. Please enjoy and thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our opening requirements. Now we have identified 20 session. The session will be concluded with a keynote speech by Professor Emeritus Council Dr. Zulfi Abdullah, the highlight of breakfast at 11 p.m. While waiting for the session to begin, let's watch the recording of the Touronkai Sesi. Please enjoy.
Presentation insights into empowering teachers and learners. I am Arjun Kapsuli, the moderator, a lecturer in IPG I will be hosting this interesting session today. We hope you will stay tuned until the end of the session because we have a lineup of notable speakers for today's forum, the post-secondary education best practices. Before we get to know them, allow me to lay out a few housekeeping methods. First, everyone who attends this webinar will be given an e-certificate after the session. Therefore, do not forget to register yourself now. The registration link is on the screen. Second, we would love to hear from you during this presentation. If you have questions for our speakers, feel free to send them to the chat box. The speakers will answer your questions at the end of their presentation. If you don't answer your question during this webinar, we will be sure to follow up afterwards. And last but not least, it would be much appreciated if you would share this webinar with your social networks. So now let's get started. Teachers frequently believe that by using interactive whiteboards, stickers, or electronic tablets in the classroom, they are practicing 21st century education. IPTKBA while these many forum integrated together 4 panels who present different expertise in this topic to share with us their view on the topic entitled 21st Century Education Best Practices. With great pleasure, let me begin with a brief introduction of the family. Let's begin with Associate Professor Dr. Nubiha Abdul. She is an education technologist and associate professor from School of Education, University Technology Malaysia for the past 10 years. She received a doctoral degree in educational technology and her research interest is on educational data mining, online learning, and learning analytics. She is currently serving as the Deputy Director of the Center for Achievement in Digital and Flexible Learning at University Technology Malaysia and entrusted to be the Chairman of Malaysia Head of Public University E-Learning Council since 2022 until now. She served as the Expo for Science Education Working Group, Young Scientist Art Network, Academy of Science Malaysia from 2019 until 2021. She has conducted various trainings and workshops locally and internationally related to designing online learning. As a research, she had more than 10 research grants both locally and international research grants related to massive open online courses, learning analytics, as well as online learning. She has offered more than 100 publications and graduated 5 PhD students under her supervision in the field of educational technology and her recent book is published in Sabrina Lecture Notes for Educational Technology entitled Learning Spaces for the Next Generation. Next, from East of Malaysia, we have Dr. Haji Muhammad Syam Khamis. His expertise includes Arabic language education and Islamic education areas focusing on metacognitive strategies. He worked as a teacher in the preschools under the Ministry of Education in Sarawak and the Wisdom Bilang for 40 years in the same area before working at Pusat Juniors Intanegara University Kebangsaan Malaysia. During his services in Sarawak as a teacher from 2006 until 2011, he was the Jurulatih Utama Kebangsaan in the Arabic language assisting Sarawak teachers related to the secondary subjects Arabic language SPM and STP. He is actively interested in research and academic writing as an international editor for international journals. Recently, he is working as a lecturer in the Faculty of Cognitive Sciences and Human Development, University Malaysia, Sarawak. For our third speaker, we have Associate Professor Dr. Zaliha Umar, or known as Dr. Zack from UTM. She has expertise in visual communication and educational technology, which has greatly assisted the university in various learning efforts which require creative thinking. During her tenure as the UTM Director of Corporate Affairs, Dr. Zack, together with her team, has worked to promote the UTM brand not only as a strong organization in engineering and technology, but prospers the lives of the community and contributes to the country. Her expertise was also required while serving as a manager in collaboration with Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She has trained university lecturers and school teachers to create creative lesson materials under the UTM MIT Blossoms project. The project aims to enrich STEM curriculums worldwide. UTM received recognition from the Ministry of Education Malaysia, and Malaysia through this project was also recognized as the best among 11 country partners in all aspects. Last but not least, we have Dr. Amna Zanaria Duraza, an experienced academic from Bangi, Selangor. She embarked on her early studies at University Science Zainul Abidin, then proceeded to UKS. There, she continued her studies with a master's degree in education psychology and later a PhD in educational psychology, specializing in the social-emotional issues of gifted and talented students. She has participated in several revision competitions in the field during her postgraduate and won the award for Best Innovation in one of the events held. Currently, she works as a lecturer at Genius Islam College, University Science Islam Malaysia. Her interests and expertise are in DBR and modern development, adolescent psychology, educational psychology, Islamic studies, and self-development. She has had experience in the field of educational psychology for approximately 20 years. Thus, she is often invited to share a thought on that, mostly on DDR and model development. So, now without further ado, let's get on with the topic of today's forum, 21st century education best practices. To start the ball rolling, let us hear from our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Nurbiha Yusufov, who is presenting a presentation entitled Empowering Teachers and Learners Using Learning Analytics.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Amar, for your kind introduction. Allow me to share my slides. So I'm going to talk about empowering teachers and learners using learning analytics. I'm not going to confine my presentation to 21st century education, but I think the area on learning analytics should be explored, especially among educators as well as students in the country. And how can we learn from that? then I tell my students, so if you want, and this is totally volunteer session, so you are free to answer the quizzes that I provide. So I call that as concept test because the questions that I ask in these quizzes are questions related to concepts. For example, I ask my students what it means by um, for example, what it means by debugging. What do you understand about debugging? So, or they have to find very simple errors. So the subject that I teach is programming language. So I ask them about the fundamentals, about the terminologies that they learn in the subject. So I call these quizzes as concept tests. So I think I have about 10 concept tests throughout the semester. And again, this is not compulsory. They can take the quizzes and then they can reattempt the quizzes again and again. So exercises is we have to do this in groups, and then it is also not compulsory. It means that it doesn't count it as part of the theory mark. So I give them freedom whether you want to work these exercises, but you have to, if you want to work these exercises, you have to do that in groups. So the assignments are part of, I calculated that as part of the requirement of the course, so it carries a certain weightage. And the learning activities is in the form of, for example, I sometimes have forums, I sometimes have in the form of feedbacks, so things like that, I categorize that as learning activities. And finally, I have the performance score in terms of final examination grades. Okay. Now, that's news. Okay, now, then, once I have collected this information, okay, I categorize my students into high performing group, medium performing group, and low performing group based on their final examination score. Okay. Now, if you see here, I have 23 students that I categorize as high performing group. And if you look at the number of frequency of activities that they do among this high performing group, if you look at the completing assessment in quiz, so I'm sorry, the red box is a little bit adjusted. Okay, so if you look at the completing assessment quiz, so high performing group students, they attempted quizzes 7,783 times. So as I mentioned before, I have 10 concept tests. This means that among these 23 students in the high performing group, they reattempt these quizzes until 7,783 times. Okay? I just want to highlight this part because I think this is the thing that differentiates these students. Okay? And among the middle performing group, okay, if you look at the number of attempts in quizzes, they attempted quizzes 6,882 times, and this also happens among 23 number of students in the middle performing group. Now, I also have low performing group. So apparently, there are 25 students that falls under low performing group. So these students, low performing group, if you see, the number of attempts of taking quizzes is 5,932 times. Now, if you look previously, there are different numbers that we have here. You see, for example, viewing resources among high-performing groups. Okay? Viewing resources of video among high-performing groups, they view the video 1,088 times only. But if you look at low-performing group, the frequency of viewing video is 1,198 times. So low-performing group students view videos more frequently compared to high-performing group. So I assume at that point of time, I assume maybe they don't understand the content. So these low-performing group of students, they don't understand the content. That's why they have to repeat the video again and again. And the frequency is higher compared to the high-performing group. Now, based on this information, okay, these are the analytics that I obtained, the log data that I obtained from the online learning system at my university. And then I try to predict. I try to predict based on activities that I have or variables that I have in my online learning environment, which of these elements can predict student learning performance. So it is found that if you look at this data mining tree, so the result that I found is that attractive quizzes is the first contributing factor that leads to students into certain learning performance. Because you see, the circle quiz appears the first time. Now, if I show you this now, I have a lot of activities or I have a lot of variables in my online learning environment. I have notes, I have video lessons, I have quiz, I have exercises, assignment, learning activities, and so on. But if we look at this slide, only four variables methods in my online learning environment, only these four variables can predict students' learning performance. This means that, for example, viewing videos, it doesn't really matter among students, and it is not really related to their learning performance because the word video doesn't appear in this tree. Okay? So we only have four contributing factors that can lead to student learning performance. And the first contributing factor is the quiz. Now I try to find if there any significant relationship, and apparently there is significant difference between participation in quiz and learning performance. So this means that if you apply more quizzes, you apparently have better chances of having better grades. So this is what it means by this. Okay? Now, based on that conclusion, okay, based on the data and analysis activity that I conducted, then now I am able to understand what really matters if I were to redesign my online learning. So this tells me that, okay, I have to continue giving students quizzes because apparently they did not attempt my quizzes once. So they attempt my quizzes so many times, up to thousands of times. Although there are only 23 students, and although there are only 10 concepts, if every student attempted the quizzes once, that means I should have only 2,300 frequencies. But apparently, I have more than that. I have up to 7,000 frequencies of students attempting to take the quizzes again and again. So this means that they try after they have, maybe after they have been doing some reading or revision, they try again the quizzes, and this has helped them to improve their understanding, and apparently it relates to their learning. So this tells me that if I were to design my online learning environment the next semester, I have to continue with it. I have to continue and I have to make sure that my concept test is also there for the next semester because apparently it matters in assisting my students to have better grades in my subject. Now, this process, we call that as reflection. I reflect on my teaching and I have to react on it. Okay? So I analyze the information that I get from my students, from my students talking up, I analyze that, and then I teacher-centered, involves investigation, involves inquiry, and whether it is online, how many percentages of your teaching is online, how many percentages of your teaching is offline, and what kind of activities that you have. So this is a very nice tool that I would like to share with all of you that allows us to reflect back on the way we teach. So let's say I have designed my online learning. I put my lessons here, and then I'm able to identify, okay, there are so many, I have allocated very high percentages of students activity related to reading, for example. And then I can reflect, okay, now I have to adjust my lesson plan. And this tool allows me to realign, and it will show me the analytics dashboard, how many percentages of distribution of activities that I have. So this would be an example of a teaching analytics practice that maybe all of us can use to redesign our teaching and learning for teaching analytics purposes. Now, that is the teaching analytics part. Other than teaching analytics, we also have learning analytics. Now, learning analytics is about how we entertain students' different background, how we entertain students' different interests, how we entertain students' different learning modes in our classroom. In our classroom, we have so many students, we have a lot of students with different backgrounds, and they have different interests, and they have different learning styles. And how do we tackle this? So we cannot, of course, entertain each and every one of them individually, but what we can do is that we try to assist them by monitoring them, by monitoring their progress. However, if I have, for example, 80 students in my class, am I going to spend my time, analyzing one by one of my students? I don't think any of us do that. But what helps is that the practices that I did just now. What I did was I download all of my students' engagement, and I look at how they have been interacting in the learning environment. For example, I have student A, whether they have viewed my resources and how many times they have viewed my resources. Student B, how many times they have attempted these quizzes, and what more that this student has not done, or what they have done. So all of this is the measurement and collection, and if I analyze that, I'm able to understand my learners better. That is learning analytics. If I continue to carry out the activity of measuring, collecting, analyzing, and reporting of data about my students so that I can understand them better, that means I am practicing learning analytics. So if you have been doing that, you are practicing learning analytics in the 21st century education. Now, if you have a lot of students and then you have a specific learning management system, what kind of behavior that you want to observe from these students? You might want to see how they have been engaging with your material. For example, how frequent they view resources, how when do they view resources? Maybe that doesn't really matters, but maybe it matters. And what is their learning performance grade? For example, how do they perform? And did they interact in the forum that you gave? How frequent do they interact? So these are the kind of data that you collect that will inform you about how they have been interacting in your learning environment. So if I were to tell you, or if I were to share with you, if I want to monitor my students so that I can accommodate to their different personal needs, what kind of data should I watch out for? So these are the kind of activities that you should look for in your learning environment. Are they engaging? How frequent do they engage? If they are interacting, or if they are reading your posts, if they are writing posts in your forum, how frequent do they do that? So learning analytics should be able to inform you about this. And if you look at previous research, how, with this information, how is that beneficial to you as educators? Okay, so if we have this information, educators will be able to guide the students better. They know how the students are progressing, and with that information, they are able to improve students' effort expectancy. They are able to improve students' ability to perform socially. So this information can be used for the teachers to further guide the students. Another example, if you're not using specific online learning management system at your institution, if you're using Quiz-Ease, if you're using Kahoot, if you're using Edpuzzle, I give you an example for Edpuzzle. Edpuzzle is a tool where you can embed questions in video. So in the Edpuzzle platform, you can look for the reports in which they will tell you for one specific student, at what point of time do they repeat certain portion of the video. Then you'll be able to understand, oh, these students seems to repeat again and again certain portion of a video. So maybe what you would like to do as teacher to reflect, is it because the content that I provide in this portion of time, in this specific duration, is it very difficult for students to understand? Or is it because this specific student doesn't understand that specific duration? So this kind of report, this kind of analytics is usually existing in many of the tools that we use today. I'm sure, I think many of us will be using Kahoot. Many of us will use Quiz-Ease, maybe Edpuzzle, not many. Not many of us is using Edpuzzle, but if you do, try to look at the report section. And then you'll be able to see how your individual students is performing when you are using that specific tool. So that practice itself is a learning analytics practice. And that will help you to inform you about how your students is performing. And then from that information, you are able to redesign again the way you teach. And that is teaching analytics. We can have many types of learning analytics. We can have prescriptive learning analytics, we can have predictive learning analytics, we can have prescriptive learning analytics. If you talk about prescriptive learning analytics, as I said before, it talks about the frequency of interaction. For example, how frequent your students view your video, how frequent your students attend quizzes. That is prescriptive learning analytics. Predictive learning analytics, this is quite intelligent. In the learning environment, the system can give you advice. The system can tell the teacher who is at the risk of dropping out. That is predictive learning analytics. We also have sometimes tools that allow us and that tell us who should improve in certain area. That is prescriptive learning analytics. For example, the fish tree tools. These tools will tell the teacher as well as students what topic, at what point, or what kind of learning activities that the students should repeat, or what subject area that the students should, focus more on. Because they are able to give advice to the students, like prescribe the students, okay, because your grade is B, so these are the things that you should do or you should focus more on for you to get an A. So the fish tree tool is an example of tool that can do such learning analytics. Finally, because we have I think I was given 20 minutes. Okay, so my take-home messages. Okay, we have a lot of technologies that can assist both teachers and students. And the thing that I told you just now, for example, the number of videos that the students, the frequency of videos being watched, the number of attempts of quizzes, this information is there for a very long time. It's only that we as teachers and students, we do not know how to make use of this information to improve our teaching and learning. So these transformative technologies can enable students and teachers, and these technologies leave footprints. So every time the students log in to certain tool, they leave footprints for us to understand. Because, the system usually capture how many times you click, how many hours you spend on specific tool, on specific content. So they leave footprints for teachers and for students to understand how you have been learning so far. And teachers and students should capitalize on these footprints that we leave. For example, if teachers, after we finish our lesson, we should reflect again. Okay, for these specific resources that I gave today, how the students have been interacting. And for the next session, how can I improve the way I teach today based on the information that I get in the system. And finally, it is very important to reflect on our teaching and learning. This is important for both students and teachers. For students, actually, we should start educating our students to think about how they have been learning so far. For example, students, they are not aware of, for example, the amount of time that they spend on certain resources. And that amount of time, they don't even know that if they spend more time on that, probably they don't understand. But they know nothing about it because they don't reflect on their action.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Thomas Touronkai Sesi of the Rising.
Hi, Tan Sri.
Hello.
I'll be with you today.
Thank you. Fine. Thank you.
Protocol is?
On stage, we have the honorable guest, Thomas Touronkai Sesi of the Rising, and the moderator for this session, Ms. Mary and Dr. Francis. I will now pass the stage to Ms. Mary.
Yeah, I think they've got it.
Greetings to all the audience present today. Charles Darwin quoted, "It is not the strongest species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change that survives." Hence, the more complex the world becomes, the more creative we need to be in meeting its challenges. And this is becoming increasingly clear in education. As such, the education system will need to transcend and to adjust its methods to meet the desired goals. Hence, today's topic is aligned with the current needs to expose educators to the 21st century challenges. Now, with that note, I am honored to introduce today's speaker, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Prof is currently the Rector of International Islamic University. Beginning 2005, he has been the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development based in USM,
this being one of the 7 pioneering centers worldwide. Prof has been awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. He is also a Fellow of Academic of Sciences Malaysia, the World Academic of Art and Science, and the World Academic of Islamic Management. From 2014 to 2022, he has been the Honorary Professor in University of Nottingham. In 2017, Tan Sri has been awarded Tokoh Academic Negara and is also the recipient of a number of honorary doctorates from various international universities. In May 2022, Tan Sri has been elected as a Senior Fellow, Academic of Sciences, Malaysia. To conclude everything, since 1995, Tan Sri has been contributing vastly on a weekly basis in op-ed columns for Malaysia's daily, especially in Newsweek Times. With that note, it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak with the topic for today's Touronkai IPG 2022, Transcending the Trends of 21st Century Education, Insights into Empowering Teachers and Learners. Tan Sri.
Do I do that?
You may just sit here also.
Yeah, I shall stand.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Where is my where is the remote? You're going to use it. I think got a problem. I will use it. I'll stay there. Boleh saya control lah. Anyway, thanks for that kind invitation, for this kind invitation. I was here 2016, if I remember, for the same program. There's Touronkai, I don't know how many of you were here, certainly Dr. Bosra was here. This is a kind of a session that I want to be as informal as possible, because it's almost like just an information sharing, the things that I've gathered and I've got in order to know where we are and how we are going to handle this. The topic is a little bit too daunting for me. Transcending trends of 21st century. 21st century, we hardly start, but now the trend is also moving in a very different direction given the COVID-19, especially the pandemic. Everybody now is trying to guess where are we going, and to transcend that, I think is another challenge by itself. But let me also give a guess where we will go as far as this pandemic is concerned, looking at what is happening right in front of our eyes today. Empowering certainly is a word, but I'm not sure the word teacher becomes relevant anymore. I think all of us now are learners. I'm learning from my students, and they are my teacher. So if we keep on this very rigid sort of definition, you are a student and I'm a teacher, then I think perhaps it does not go very well in terms of exchanging of information, also more transcending the trends. So, okay. I want to start with this assumption. At least when I was given the portfolio of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Science, I had the impression that the university is a one-size-fits-all. We borrow this concept from somebody else, and particularly being a colonized state at that particular time, we probably borrow it from UK, and this is how the people in London or in Britain does it, and therefore we need to follow that model. Right? Later on, I found out this is not true. University is very much contextualized given its environment. And therefore here I say that there's no one way of doing a university, or a college, or a teaching institution. It all depends on what you want, where you start, what's the cultural values that you want to promote, what is the dimension in terms of your norms that you want to bring on board. So there's not a single way of doing it. I think that's the first mind shift that I have, right? And therefore, there is no one single path in understanding what learning, what education, what teaching is all about. And this is, I think, being proven true now when you have the pandemic. Everybody does just things on their own. There's no right and wrong thing of how you actually convey information, depending on what is accessible to you. If you have got an online thing, then perhaps online is one of the ways to do it. If you don't have an activity, then what? Doesn't mean education will stop, right? Then you go back to remote learning, going back to TV, going back to radio, going back to correspondence or whatever. These were the means at one time of how education was delivered. If it's not available then it should be made available now. So this is one of the other things. The other thing that I think that we need to recognize that all of us are different. There's no two people is the same in this room. I have this quotation: if two people are the same, then one is redundant. You can go, but we don't need to, because that's only the redundant. So the uniqueness of every one of us, I think, needs to be recognized. And therefore, the way we learn, the way we teach, and the way we also communicate will probably be very different. So to have one size fits all, this is where I think the suffering of the Malaysian education is all about. It's always one size fits all, that everybody must follow whatever the ministry said, or whatever sometimes the minister said. I'm going to contest that, whether you like it or not. We have our own say. We are, after all, the student. We are also the learner. And therefore, we must have a say to what we want to learn and how we want it to be done. And I think for Malaysia, this is probably a norm. And I think this is where the new transcending sort of trend that I would want to see happening in our universities, in our colleges, and institutions, and particularly when you go back to the schools. You need to adopt this kind of a flexible attitude, flexible views, rather than being a very rigid, only teacher knows best, all of you do not know what to do. I think this is the kind of the kind of impression that I've got at the end of the day. We go back to what it used to be. At one time, there is a wisdom somewhere. Before there is a thing called a university, don't tell me people do not learn. But learning. Where do they learn? They learn in mediations. What sort of thing that they learn their own wisdom. And that wisdom is still around. So we have not collected them because we think, quote unquote, they are not modern, therefore they are not relevant, they are not technologically savvy, and therefore we can dispense with it. I think we are coming back one full circle to understand what is this indigenous wisdom is all about, particularly when it talk about sustainability and sustainable development. That's another word that we need to contend with and understand what this is all about. Yeah. So that's why I'm going to start. Let's say, check your assumption. Our assumptions may not be right. Our assumptions may be something else that relates to us for a long time that we have not taken into consideration for what it is. So we are not kind of divided between what is new, what is modern, and what is not. So everybody now talks about this gadget, these devices, computer, particularly handphone, and so on and so forth. That is now the tool for learning, the tool for teaching, the tool for doing so. We forgot about books. I'm not sure how many of you have read one book recently. During my time, we read books all the time, because that's the only way to access information, as it were. The reading becomes a habit. Reading becomes part and parcel of searching for information. But nowadays, reading the way we understand it today is very different. You read only snippets of things that will send to you to SMS or whatever it is, and you never have the full story at the end of the day. The social media summarize it even better. You just have two-liners, and then you already start making a decision over what you thought over the particular video. So this is a very different way of assessing information, understanding information. During when you take about book, you have to have patience to read. Sometimes you take a month to finish a book. But nowadays, if you press on the key and it doesn't change, you already say no. It's too slow. I need to press another key. The whole idea of instant information becomes important for you, but those instant information sometimes does not work when you look at it in the long run. So what is the future and what is the past? The future seems to be this. That everybody is stuck on a device, it's a screen, right? And most of us are very passive users of this. We just accept whatever in the screen. They're almost equivalent to a kind of a brainwashing, almost equivalent to a kind of indoctrination. We just accept what is coming from the screen. And there's no time to argue also, because the momentum, the speed that it goes is very fast. And you can absorb it. The moment you absorb it again and again and again, then it becomes part of your structural thinking. Okay, and this is where we worry about it. I at least worry about when you get addicted to some of this way of learning. At the end of the day, you will not even have time to evaluate what it is. So when we talk about speed, there's a book now called The Slow Professor. I don't know whether you've seen this book. We don't want to be, as far as education is concerned, that speed is not relevant. Because we need to sit down and reflect and digest and make evaluation before we move on. It's not like an instant food that you chew and at the end of the day, that's what you got. And so now there's a movement called the Slow Professor movement that talks about, let's think about this. Let's reflect on the actual education is about reflection. Making evaluation of what is right and what is wrong and what is relevant and what is not. If you don't have time to do that, then education becomes this brainwashing, indoctrination kind of thing. Right? So this is one of the things that we are beginning to worry about. That at the end of the day, our minds become something which is very mechanical. We talk about and we see the drawing of a brain. More often you see gears, as though it's mechanical thing here. It's almost like a car. It's almost, some people call it an engine. I find it very, it's something to call that my brain is an engine. It's not an engine. It's more than an engine. But our perception is that now it becomes so mechanical. You press a button, it will work. All right? You turn on a switch, it will work. But that's not what human beings are all about. We are not robotic. We are not mechanical in that point. But that's a kind of thing that we are now used to. So when you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, we are trying to talk about how we can actually be very much dependent on machines to make our life work. Now what we are talking about now today is how to humanize this machine, so that the human quality remains very much alive as compared to the technology that we're dealing with. Yeah. So in the past, the classrooms are quite different. The classroom to me looks very more exciting. We do it, at least during my time, we still have lectures under the trees. I don't know whether you have lectures under the trees now.
We don't.
We don't even have trees anymore. Forget about the lectures.
Yeah.
All the trees have been cut down. Right? And you want this air conditioning thing. You don't want to be sweaty outside. Right? But during my time, this is how we do our lectures. At times, we enjoy the peace. We certainly suffer sometimes because of the weather. But there's a different kind of learning that happens when you do it outside. Right? And that learning now becomes more and more enhanced during the COVID, when we say this is no longer relevant as far as COVID is concerned. We want a full ventilation. Luckily, they don't have to wear masks now. Yeah? But not too long ago, everybody needs to wear a mask. Right? And there's no ventilation at all. And you find when the virus are around, the virus will circulate. The virus will have a gala time to infect as many people as possible. And that's the difference. Yeah? And when you do it outside, you get different experience. Right? All these insects, all natures around you, how you interact with them and how they interact with you, and part and parcel of quote unquote the learning experience. And that was the past. And I think this past is important because when we talk about sustainable development later on, we will are talking about the past. We are not talking about the future per se. I'll explain that a little bit. But sad to say, this also has been invaded by technology. Most of my students do not want to do field work anymore because they can just get everything from the computer. Press the button, you can get a plant. Press the button, you can get this and that. Yeah. But they're not the same. They're not the same. The experience is never the same. And therefore, because of that, you find that our environments get degraded as we go along. But we will enhance it. So that is the present now. Yeah? The present is what we are facing today with all this degradation coming in from the economy right down to the environment. And for the learning experience, as far as the present is concerned, I think it's very much more short of what we think learning is all about. Right? So why it is important to make a differentiation, because learning now has been, quote unquote, as I mentioned, institutionalized. One such before, a kind of a factory that you see is an education system, a standardized curriculum, standardized testing, everything is standardized, everything is almost centralized. Somebody decides and you just implement it. Whether it's relevant to you, that doesn't matter. Because this is what people say counts at the end of the day. Okay? So this institutionalized education system is what we are all about, including myself, including you, and it's happening here and now. What do we mean by this? It means that we have now moved away from what education used to be, at least during my time, towards the end of it. And I think I come to years of it, when we learn in a variety of ways, yeah, including free play, including immersion with nature, including helping adults with community work. When you go to mengaji, your religious school particularly, after reading the Quran, what you do, you help the household to with one of the jobs. The ladies perhaps clean the house or wash the dishes, or rest boys probably clean the compound, collect some firewoods, and all of these are contributing back to what we've got almost immediately from the teachers that you learn from. And therefore, giving back is one of those things that we talk about education. And the word at that particular time wasn't murid, wasn't pelajar. The word at that particular time was penuntut. Yeah. Dan menuntut ini ada satu makna yang lebih dalam daripada belajar dan menjadi guru. Apa yang kita tuntut, kita bukan saja tuntut ilmu, tapi kita tuntut perwatakan guru kita, kita tuntut peradaban guru kita tuntut dan menghormati guru kita. Itu lain. Sehingga kan bila cikgu kita mati, kita mendoakan dia. Ya. Dan sampai sekarang ini, kalau kita jumpa cikgu kita masih menghormatinya. There's no way at that particular time kita baca pelajar-pelajar tumbuk guru. Ya. Tidak ada perkara itu berlaku kerana penuntut itu adalah menghormati bukan saja ilmunya, tetapi orang. And that's what this is all about. In this particular context, we talk about having adults with community. You're part of the community. You're part of the community. You're not just part of the school. The school is part of the community. Now that is lost. Yeah? The school becomes another entity that sometimes is not relevant even to the community itself. And this is, I think, what we are going through now. And therefore, when there is this COVID environment, we find that the school is almost, becomes isolated. Yeah, really from the community itself. Traditional education system is more autonomous in that sense in comparison to the Western institutionalized education system. Western means the colonized. Not all Westerns are what do you call it, in that sense, but the colonization process of that system that takes away all these other things. Because it is not relevant to them, and therefore it becomes irrelevant to us at the same time. So what do we end up with? We end up with this. This is what I see is happening now, coming directly from the Industrial Revolution of the first Industrial Revolution, maybe 300 or 250 years ago. Yeah. We're almost at the factory now. This is a factory how you make bread. How you make bread is So you make bread, you have flour, you have all these other things. All right, at the end of the day, you will then sell the bread. You just change those labels. Instead of starting with a flour, you call starting point now is a consumer. All right, or customer. They are not even students. Yeah. What do you want to do? You want to be a medical student, then be value add. Medical curriculum, engineering curriculum, you want to be an engineer, educational curriculum, you want to be a teacher. You put it into a kind of receptacle, we call it a curriculum, and then we dispense it like we dispense on a conveyor belt. It's here instead of the conveyor belt, we move from classroom to classroom at the ring of a bell. 9 o'clock, change. 10 o'clock, change. 11 o'clock, change. Until 5 o'clock, all of us go home and we come back the next day. But as we go through that, we have got what we call is quality control for the exams. If you are good, you go to the second conveyor belt. Year 2, year 3, year 4. If you are not good, they throw you out of the system. Sometimes there's some remedial, but most probably you'll be thrown out of the system. At the end of the day, we call this convocation, a branding that we are now given a license that you have been educated as a product. That product then will go into what we call the market. So, yeah, that's what the word marketability. Boleh pasaran. I don't like that word. Yeah. Boleh pasaran maknanya this that the brand will you be ready for it, right? Or will if not, then you will be considered again irrelevant. Not the market. I think what is happening here, at least in our universities, before we introduce a course, the minister will always ask, or the ministry will always ask, have you done the market survey? And we should not do a market survey. If we have done the market survey, then they say, what does the market say? The market says they don't want this course called philosophy, because there's nothing to do with the market. And therefore, they say, that's the offer. Because if you offer, then your student will not be marketable. When your students are not marketable, then it doesn't meet, quote unquote, the KPI of the ministry. So you find many of our universities are depleted with this kind of humanistic courses. The humanities, the social science are not there. All of us are back with the technology. Nothing wrong with the technology except that it's dehumanizing if you do not know or you do not have the human values attached. So these are the problem with this kind of a model, and I call it an assembly line education. It happens everywhere. It happens also in this college, whether you like it or not. But that is the understanding of what education is all about in the end of the day. This idea is not a new idea. Since 1910, yeah, people are already looking at the future. This is what we call the future. The future is what we see now, where we actually fit everything into your head. That's probably the headmaster, and it is one of the clerks will now share the books, and all that whatever is in the book now will be channeled into your head. It's almost like the brainwashing, the indoctrination that I was talking to you about. This was the vision then, and it's happening now. Except that we don't have wires hanging from the walls. We have wires everywhere, and from your pockets, from your wallets, wherever it is. Yeah? And some people leave wires in their head all the time. Right? And this is what is happening today as we look at it. What our term is as how do you actually teach a monkey to ride a bicycle? Okay, that is what education from my point of view. How to teach everyone to ride a bicycle? And it's easy. You can teach a monkey to ride a bicycle, a dog to ride a bicycle, any form of animal, maybe not snakes, but you can teach them how to ride a bicycle. What has it been doing repeatedly? Again and again and again and again, at the end of the day, you will learn how to ride a bicycle. The moment you learn how to ride a bicycle, you will never forget it. I've already learned to ride on a bicycle for a long time. But give me a bicycle now, I can ride it. Because it's all ingrained. It is already hardwired in your brain. And that's what it's all about. So it could be something like I say, monkey see and monkey do. It's monkey see. And that's what monkey do. All is about imitation. Yeah. All is about trying to compete with others. And therefore the ranking system comes in. What is a ranking system? It's about doing the same things and competing with one another. And this is what the universities are all about now. Who can do this better? Not who can do this different, but who can do this better. All right? And this is what I'm worried about when we talk about education. It becomes a sort of a training. Yeah? You don't go into this anymore. How to think? And it becomes a big challenge. What do you call it? Kemahiran berfikir.
Berfikir.
Yes. Kemahiran berfikir. Because kemahiran berfikir is learning to be, is education in itself. You can teach a monkey to ride a bicycle. Can you teach a monkey to think? Yeah. After the monkey has learned how to ride a bicycle, do you know where the monkey is going to go? That's all you do. Just like our students, when you give them this and they got their degree, where do they go? When the COVID comes in, what happens to them? They cannot think for themselves. When you have lockdown for 2 months and 3 months, you suddenly have suicide rate going up. But they can't even manage their lives. They don't know what life is all about. Right? And I think this is where the shortcoming is now become very, very clear to me where we have failed in educating our person. Yeah. So when we talk about thinking, we talk about something that's happening in our brain. Right? I'm not too sure whether this can happen in a monkey's brain. Nobody can tell. Yeah? But certainly that gives you another way of looking at things. The experience of learning. Yeah? And there is a space where we call it human space. That we think about what humanity is all about. What does this education do to us human beings? Not only just you, but your family, your community, the whole world. When we talk about now COVID-19, we talk about humanity. We don't talk about any specific group of people anymore. It doesn't matter whether they come from the west, or the east, or the north, or the south. Their human lives are all of us need to fight for. Do we have that space? We do not have that space anymore. Because our space has been reduced to something that works for something else for some returns. Sometimes a very short sort of way of operating. So when we talk about this now, this guy is also trying to think. I don't know what he's thinking, maybe he's thinking bananas. And this is where monkeys see, but monkey cannot do. Yeah? And that is what education is all about. I think we have missed this particular part of education, when rather than just doing mechanical, doing things the way it's done, it's more mechanical now when you're using technology that you don't even understand. Right? How many of you do understand your handbook? I doubt many people. Yesterday we had a very big discussion, especially the younger generation. I gave a book to my daughter, and what she was trying to do was to flip the book, whether the book will move. But that's how she was now brought up, or she's been brought up as far as technology is. So this is an assumption that I think that I want to challenge. And because of that, not only our quality of life goes down, everything else goes down. Look at it. Economically, our biospheres, our ecology, our cultural dimension, everything now is on the downward trend. Right? And if you are educated, then you should not be happy. The world should not be going into a tipping point. But now everybody is worried about their survival. So what is education in that particular respect? When we are now worried about our survival, despite the many things that we do as far as education is concerned. What is missing, I think, is the knowledge and the practice connected. We know so many things, but how many of us practice it? Talk about sustainable development, for example. Yeah? We'll give some example later. How many of us do practice sustainable development? If this room is sustainable, I think this room is not sustainable. Why? If you take off this curtain, you can switch off the lights. Because there will be sunshine coming from outside. What do we do now? We block the sunshine and then we put on the lights. Doesn't sound very smart. Yeah. Alright? We put on jacket, three-piece suit and stuff like that, and put on the aircon. Take off the jacket, take off the ties, switch off the aircon. I mean, these are kind of thinking that we've got into when we talk about sustainability. We know so much, but we practice so little because it is not connected anymore. And when we go back to the indigenous wisdom that we talked earlier, we see a lot more. The stupidity of quote unquote what education, that is modern education. So how do you address this disconnect? I think that's what education beyond the 20% I hope to show you. Okay? To bring back this connection so that ilmu dan amal itu is one. Okay? At least from our cultural point of view. Knowledge and practice must be one. They cannot be separate. Right? Whatever you learn is what you practice. If you don't practice, then you don't learn because it's irrelevant. So these two things that is must go hand in hand. And this is what we are trying to bring back as far as the next education is concerned. Otherwise, we'll get this. This is looking at what has happened from the first industrial revolution of 1750 to just as recent as maybe 2000, even 2003, 2002. What you see here is the upward trend as far as the graph is concerned. What does it tell you? It tells that everything else has gone up in terms of consumption. You can talk about temperature, motor vehicle, ozone depletion, everything goes up. Yeah? And if you mark this down on GDP, you think you are doing good, but you are actually taking the world away. Actually, so this exponential growth is what we suffer at the end of the day when we do education the way we're doing it now. Right? From that industrial, the assembly line that I talked about, we talk about Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, Industrial Revolution 3, Industrial Revolution 4. They are not separated. All of this is in one country. Climate change, the global warming we face today is a product of Industrial Revolution 1, 300 years ago. When the steam engine, when the production, all the smoke coming out in a very massive way. But we do not know how to prevent it because our work habits now have become that we keep on producing. Right? So we've got Industrial Revolution 3, we've got clean industry, which is slightly better. But what we end up with, we end up with another sort of problem, loneliness. Okay? A different kind of a side effect as compared to the Revolution 1 and 2. Now we are doing IR4. Who knows what IR4 is going to bring? But there's certainly a downside. The education is not even attempt to understand. Right? And therefore you see this upward trend going, and this is what we call, in the 1950s, we call it the Great Accelerator. The prediction is that after 1950, everything will go up if we do not change our lifestyle, if we do not change the way education has been conducted, if we do not change the way what it was before. Yeah? And in fact, there is now a book. I think you should read this book called The Collapse of Western Civilization. If this continues, in fact, they even give a date in the year 2093. If all this continues, Western civilization will collapse. And that's not too far away. Less than 100 years to come. Now, if education cannot address this, then education to me is irrelevant. And that's why people like Greta Thunberg refuse to go to school. I don't want to go to school because it's irrelevant to my future. You do not guarantee my future if I go to the kind of school that you ask me to go to. It's no longer relevant. I want a new kind of I want a new kind of education. I want an education that actually guarantees my future. Can you guarantee my future? Nobody in the United Nations when she spoke about this tell her that we can guarantee you. And in fact, she said, how dare you? I remember she said, how dare you? And these are the things that we are now not sensitive to. The younger generation that we are facing, the so-called learner, and they're supposed to be the teacher. What sort of a teacher are we when we can't even guarantee what is the future of the learner that we are supposed to nurture? This is a real issue. And we go into what we call the Anthropocene. I will talk about Anthropocene a little bit more. A new era altogether from the Holocene that precedes it. Right? What is the Anthropocene? Anthropocene is basically something like this. Yeah. This is where the world is. All right. Today, everything is in equilibrium. It's a natural equilibrium, right? Because there is very little interference as far as human activities are concerned. And this is what the world is now today. The anthropogenic effect that we have added a lot more gases. Suddenly, the world gets into what we call global warming. Therefore, the climate change and the climate crisis, which is happening and has been happening for a long time. But how many of us know about climate change and global warming until very late? So that we can moderate our behavior, so that we can change our lifestyle, so that we can teach our students differently. Until very recently, we struggled with this. The world now is actually agitating down. If we don't do this well, we will go into a stage where it cannot be reversible. It cannot be reversible. Right? I just want to give you the context. We are here now, at the end there, the Anthropocene. And before that, we call the Holocene age for more than 12,000 years or 10,000 years, where human beings build their own civilization. The civilization we got today is out of that effort of the last 10,000 years, beginning from the Stone Age or whatever it is until now. Right? We built a civilization that we are so comfortable with that we get very arrogant about it. Now we begin to go into what we call the Anthropocene, where human beings begin to deconstruct its own civilization. Look around. All right? And we see that this Holocene, where this Anthropocene will be the destructive point at the end of the day, where global warming, climate change become the factor that threatens human survival. Already the sixth mass extinction is happening, with thousands of species dying, right, including languages at the same time. Since you're into languages, 7,000 languages, we'll get only 700 languages by the end of the century. And all of this because we are now already deconstructing or deassembling our own civilization, given the notion of education with everything else. But that will be the kind of challenge that educationists like us will have to face. How do you save the world? How do you make our students be sensitive to the environment that they can now save the world at the same time? Their generation is more vulnerable than ours. I want to show you this video, but it doesn't work. Let's see this for a time. You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct in 7 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you can do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. Stop for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you. And it's from the NDP, it's not another video for Sept. The NDP, and we showed them to them 2 days ago. About global warming. How many of us are doing this? We get good rates at the end of the day, but you're still spoiling the earth. Successful businessmen are still not doing the right thing as far as extinction is concerned. Okay? So whether we like it or not, we need to, sad to say, we need to listen to a dinosaur. We are very small now. I thought we are smarter than him. But he's giving us a good advice. All this downward trend is all good. Whether we like it or not, we need to now rethink where we are going and what is education for now. Is it just for employment, not the community? And what is it? You got a good employment, but the earth is going to end tomorrow. So what's the use of a good employment? So I go back to this disconnect. How do you make this information that we've got and we know it well into practice? How do you teach our students to understand this and to be part and parcel of their lifestyle? And education now is no longer about livelihood. Education now is about life. You can make tons of money, but you don't know how to organize your life, you are still a failure. You may not have so much money, but you can organize your life better. And I think this is a question that we need. It's no longer about livelihood, it's about life. But how much of life do we teach in classroom now? Or would it be taught in classroom? Or do you need to go back to the traditional way of understanding what life is all about, from experiential learning rather than sitting in class? To learn about poverty in air conditioned room and read about poverty, which is better? You need to go down to the places where people are actually suffering from poverty and understanding it, immersing yourself in that sort of environment and understanding what poverty is all about. I had this experience with my students when there was a flood last year. Thousands of them went to villages, to help out with the flood. It is coincidental, it wasn't planned. But what did the students say? They said 3 years, 3 days in the kampong, or 3 days in the places where the flood is happening, we learned a lot more than 3 years in the university. None of the things that we learn come from textbooks. None of the things that we learn are taught to us. We think for it for ourselves. None of these are actually done individually. We think collectively. These are the learning experience now we are missing. And it's not learning anymore. It's only about riding a bicycle and not knowing where to go once you have mastered that sort of a thing. Yeah? But the reality is this. Research has shown when we talk about global warming, climate change, 80% of the problems are our problems. We are the cause. We are the culprit. We are the guilty ones. Yeah? And if we are the guilty one, then we need to change. We don't change our environment. I sometimes felt, the moment you say about climate change, we say all sorts of rules, all sorts of laws, all sorts of things external to us. But internally, we are still the same person who are guilty. When do we start changing ourselves before we can even change the environment outside? I think that's the issue that I think we need to think about. Yeah. We are guilty. We have messed up this balance between the microcosm, which is outside, and the microcosm, which is inside. And this needs to be balanced. And this is when we talk about knowledge and practice. And how we connect this together. In our world, we talk about, in our world, we talk about the word sejahtera. Sejahtera is when this balance actually happens. Right? And that is also now not happening anymore. And I'm going to take a sejahtera later on when we talk about our own education philosophy. So this is a world that we organize. Okay, a very hierarchical, and nation is worse at this because we are the most, I think, in terms of power distancing, we are the worst, I think, in the world. Right? We have this person up there. Right? And it's all about us. All about us. It's not about the people down there, it's not about the starfish, the mushrooms, it's all about us. How we exploit them, how we make use of them, it doesn't matter whether it destroys everything else. Right? And it's very rigid, it's about me, it's all about competition, it's what we call the red ocean, doing the same thing again and again, and competing with one another, and it's a dead model. It's a model that does not work. What we need to do is we need to shift into a different model, and that model is almost diametrically opposite. It is network, it is physical, it is flexible, it is about us, it is collaborating with one another. The word competition has no relevance anymore. It's a blue ocean thinking out of the box. What is new that we can learn from each other, and it's a living sort of. I mean, it's shift. Education is to go into this kind of a shift. But are we going into this shift? I don't think so. It's not a moment in time. Yeah. And this is where our friends say this is a big challenge for humanity. All right, you have to listen to the dinosaur whether you like it. Yeah? And that is a flexible thing. It moves every day. Just like the COVID. There's no one day that is similar to the next day. Every day it moves, we don't know what's coming, and we are ready for this. We know how to anticipate. We know how to find solution when everything else must be adapted to. I think there's a quote that you read earlier. How do you adapt to this environment? Yeah? And this is where the indigenous understanding of this becomes now on. I think it is the right time to ask this question. And therefore, what does it mean? It means to be this system must be. The old system must be. The egocentric system must be. We need to replace it in another system which is sustainable, which is about our well-being together and how we actually make this happen is a question that all of us now need to get into. Right? Just to yesterday, the Prime Minister announced about the National Center Network and Power Sustainable Development, exactly what we are talking about. It's a little bit too late, but it's not too late at all. If you understand what sustainable development is all about, that diagram there, we'll talk about it a little bit later. This is a kind of education we need to go into, what we call education for sustainable development. Not just education per se, education for sustainable, not education on sustainable development, not education about sustainable development, it's education for sustainable development. That I think is a new way of going into and what it is all about. What it is all about in a nutshell, it is about creating that balance again. The balance that we have missed because of some of our mischievous action and misunderstanding of what the world is all about. That balance, I think, is an important concept in education. Right? And in that concept is what we're going to forward for this. Battery is running out. Sustainable. Can I have the next slide? So sustainability to me is about balance. It's not that sometimes sustainability can be very abstract. It's about balance. It's about the balance between me and my environment, my own world and the world outside. Therefore, I must understand my world first. If I don't understand my world, then there's nothing to balance about. Yeah? How do I understand my world? This is where we go back to the indigenous wisdom. A kind of a human heritage that has been existing, that we have been ignoring it because we think it is not relevant. Every country has got its own understanding of what this wisdom is all about. In Japan, they call it ikigai. Yeah? In Sweden, they call it lagong. In Korea, they call it mushi. In the Philippines, they call it Naya. Africa, we call it Ubuntu, right? The Chinese will call it Yin and Yang. The Maori will call it Maoris. Every tradition has got their own understanding of this root. And in Malaysia, they call it Sept. Right? And all of these are connected with one another. It's already a human heritage where knowledge is actually at the same level in time. If I use Sejata, I can understand Ubuntu very well. If I understand Ubuntu, I can understand what Lalong is very well, because they are all on the same wisdom. It's not just knowledge. It's wisdom, it's a practice at the same time. Okay? And this is what the balance is all about. It's all about balancing your life, balancing your world, balancing your workplace, balancing whatever you do. At the end of the day, you're going to ask, are we creating more balance or are we creating more imbalance? The world today, when I say a tipping point, is all out of balance, and that's why we are on a tipping point. Okay? So what does it mean now when we have got COVID-19? What do we actually do before the vaccine comes in? We are trying to create the balance again. When we wear this mask, we are trying to create that balance. We don't want to be overwhelmed by this virus. And therefore, we keep our distance. And this physical distancing is not social distancing. Okay. And we are creating that, we are doing that by desanitization. All the behavior that we do before the vaccination is about bringing back the balance. The virus can live on their own, we can live on our own. We don't need the vaccination actually. We can create this balance. But some people just cannot create this balance because they don't want to wear the mask. If you don't want to wear the mask, you're going to the balance, you will die. And you die in 1,000. And it's in the United States of America, the most developed, the most democratic, the most educated country in the world. Why? You don't understand what balance is. In the East, we do better because the word balance has a philosophy of its own in this part of the world. Yeah? And there's no miracle. And this is where I think it becomes very important when you talk about the cultural dimension, cultural portion, the cultural intelligence, which is even not taught in our education. We need to bring this back. Yeah, we're bringing this back in our own curriculum. And sustainability is part and parcel of that. It is not something which is away from education. Just to give you an example, what does Ikigai means in Japan? The reason for being, why you wake up every morning and you are out of your bed, there's a reason for it. Okay? And the reason will bring you joy, a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, a feeling of well-being. Yeah? That is, at the end of the day, about happiness. And that's what life is all about. If you're happy that day, you have done it. It doesn't matter what else that you do. Happiness is important. Nunchi, the subtle art of listening, gauging one another's mood and ability to know what to say and what not to say, so that again you maintain the balance. Okay? And Lalong is moderate. It's translated in as moderation, in balance, perfect, simple, suitable matters of amount, not too much, not too little, just right. It doesn't matter whether it's east or west. The whole concept of balance is an important concept. That education system has to be supported. It's all about now the exponential growth that I talked to you about. How to create this growth more and more. And nature tells us anything goes up must come down. The only thing that goes on producing and producing and producing will be your cancer cells. At the end of the day, what happens? You will die. The law of nature says there must be a balance. It cannot be just upward trend all the time because that is not nature as far as we are concerned. We go to the African tradition. Ubuntu has a longer sort of understanding of what this balance is all about. Yeah? The so-called dark continent is not as dark as we think it is if you go back into the tradition as far as education is concerned. There was an experiment to test this. One researcher put some goodies around a tree and tell the children who can run the fastest will get the goodies. Yeah. And what did the student do? The student walked together and go to the trees together and take the goodies together and share with themselves. That's good news. I am because you are. There's no idea of running around, I get everything and everybody else is deprived of it. And that's education. Our education says what? Education, you must be the only one, the prize winner that everybody will, will talk to you. You are the top of the town. Everybody else doesn't matter. Number 2, number 3, number 4 doesn't matter. Only number 1 exists. And I think that's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair at all, as far as education is concerned. So let me go into some of the experience that I went. You asked for Bhutan. I went to Bhutan on an invitation to understand how is gross national happiness works, not GDP. Bhutan does not talk about GDP. Bhutan about talking about GNP, gross national happiness. When they talked about this in the 70s, everybody laughed at them. What happened? How do you measure happiness? The GDP you can measure, there's numbers, there's figures to it. When you go to Bhutan, you suddenly find that happiness is all over the place. You can almost feel it. It doesn't matter, even the dogs. I saw the dogs and the dogs look at you and the dogs just walk away. They don't even bother to bark, although I'm a stranger. I think the dog is happy. Yeah. And you see this happiness is a place for them. And therefore, we are not surprised that Bhutan is the only carbon negative country in the world. They don't do well, quote-unquote, economically, but happiness is theirs. It's a country that does well. They've got shooting every week. They've got murders. There are all sorts of things. In Bhutan, there's no such. And I was just telling, when you go to Bhutan, your visa will be 200 US. And I said, my God, 200 US, I'm going to stay there for 5 days, I'm going to go broke. You know? But that visa is actually to ensure that they book the hotel for you, the hotel which is sustainable. They book the transportation for you, which is also sustainable. They give the food if they think it is also sustainable. Everything is taken care by the 200 US for that visa. They don't allow you to take all these shortcuts and destroy their country and destroy their environment. And that's how they control its happiness. And for every day for 45 minutes, everybody must learn how to be happy. How many minutes do we allocate? How to be happy every day? From schools right down to the workplace, every day 45 minutes, how to be happy. And the way of doing happiness is also very simple. They say happiness is like a stream that goes through. At 12 o'clock, I fight with Dr. Bushra. But at 12:01, we are friends again. Because that phase of life has passed. We're beginning all over again. And that's how they teach us to. When the children fight, they fight. But after that, they're friends. Unlike we Malaysians, if I don't get you, I will get the second generation. If not second generation, something to do, and I will do it. And that's how people construct what education is trying to do. And this talk beginning. Maybe closer to home, you talk about body, the Suma system. The system here. We try and see that arana. What does it mean? A balance between me and my nature, a balance between me and my creator, a balance between me and my fellow human beings. It's a balance. And this existed almost 1,000 years. Sustainable development was brought into the picture in 1987 by the United Nations, 30 years ago. What is that compared to 1,000 years in Bali? And this is where the past is. And it's still sustained because of that balance that you talked about, right? These are the details of it. And then in the interview, they had this nature. It's also in its nature. Okay? And Thailand has the same thing. Thailand has got sufficiency economy promoted by the past, the previous king, right? The new king has thrown it out of the window. This way, our development will be future generation. Thinking about our future.
But
And they need to sustain it now so that the future will be guaranteed. And this all. The president of India, in democracy, the wealth of every citizen is important for the overall prosperity, peace, and happiness of the people. In the constitution of Bhutan, the government is supposed to deliver happiness. That is in the constitution. If they cannot deliver happiness, then they must vacate the government. How people look at this differently and what is education for us is something that we need to bring. Okay? I want to go, how many more minutes do I have? Done. Finish.
You can talk.
Okay, let me just
Carry on.
finish this one. Okay. This is us. All right, this is a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. The fig leaf is mine. And we took, and Leonardo da Vinci is crazy about how to balance a human person from the physical part of it. Yeah? Balance individuals equal to life. And that balance means the balance between the mind and the heart. The thinking process and the emotion at the same time. And we, I will not explain it, but in our language we talk about life, intellect, lineage with the future, wealth, and also faith and nature, which is what we think the 5 elements of human existence. Ask any human being, is 5 much for them? Nobody wants to neglect any of this. Yeah? But let me just. And that's what Sejahtera to us in our context. And this now needs to be translated into the community. What does it mean? Social equity, environmental integrity, shared prosperity, and that is where I think the heart of the movement. And how is this taken up into education is something that we're just discovering when we talk about sustainable development, how people actually can live in a balanced environment. These are some of the quotes. If you read, when you go to the previous traditions, we belong to the earth does not belong to us. Our understanding now, the earth belongs to us, we can do whatever we think, and it's called see how the tradition has changed. Even if you know the way, ask one more time. Just be sure. Yeah? We are not so arrogant about it. In our tradition, to bend a bamboo while it's still at shoot, because this is where the education is on. Before we go into become hardwired, we need to actually bend them to show them the way of what the future looks like. And they have a lot of this. It's about quality over quantity. It's not just quantity, not just numbers. We need a lot of quality. Okay? The middle path, all right? The middle path, according to Rugi, is where the wisdom is. And are we taking the middle path as far as Pasapa? I just want to go into Sejahtera very quickly. What is Sejahtera? Sejahtera to us, we start with the inner self, which is spirituality, emotion, and also the ethical dimension. And this ethical dimension is what defines us. So we can talk about, the value systems that we've got. This value system invariably, as I've mentioned, it cuts across the board anywhere in the world. And then we build the cognitive, the spiritual, the intellectual part, and also the psychological part around it. That will be the microcosm. This is what education is to do. We need to prepare everybody for this. And once this is done, we'll find that there is this balance between the heart. Right now, we don't talk about the heart, it's all about the mind. Yeah? And therefore, the balance is not there as far as my understanding of education. And this all is possible. And now the new research says that the heart sends signals to the mind 6 times more than the mind sends signals to the heart. This new. In other words, between the two, I think the heart is more important. And there are also evidence to show that there are cells in the heart that think like the brain. But these are new things that we need to put it into your education if you want to transcend the 21st century sort of understanding. Once you're ready as a human person, then you go into the field and test it out. Just like a footballer. Once you know how to play football, now you want to go and play on the ground. And that is where the microcosm is, right? And that microcosm is our sort of life that we want to transect or navigate as we go along. And put it that element of species, the spices, because if you take spirituality, all these words, spirituality, emotion, stuff like that, you get the word spice there. And what does it mean? Basically, there is also that external balance, the macro balance. And these two will actually interact with one another, and that's what we call the Sejahtera principle of balance. At the end of the day, you know how to balance yourself with your environment. And that is, I think, the education that we tell our students and ourselves. How do you bring this balance? Education, how do you make this balance work so that everything stays in a sustainable way, the way we understand it from our own tradition and our own history. Yeah? I will not go to this, I think the same story, but I just want to make a comparison that actually falsafah pendidikan bangsa, and I will stop after this. The falsafah pendidikan bangsa, you know, one is about case individual, about the internal part that we talked about, and the other one, the society, how do you interact with society. These are the two things. But what is interesting to me, there are keywords in the falsafah. Okay? And the keywords are kesejahteraan. At the end of the day, falsafah mengatakan kita mesti mencapai kesejahteraan diri. What is kesejahteraan diri is a word that we've been battling, or at least I've been battling for the last 2 decades. And we found that the answer is in the text. So the word sejahtera, we talked about seimbang, yeah, and harmonious. That's the word. Right? We talk about jasmani, we talk about intellect, which is akal, we talk about emotion, and we talk about rohani, spirituality. Right? And then we talk about what? Taat kepada Tuhan, devotion to God. Okay? And then we talk about akhlak, and we talk about ethics. Sorry. We talk about akhlak and we talk about ethics. These are the key words in the falsafah. Now, if you take this word, seimbang, it becomes sejahtera. S, E, ethical, J, jasmani, A, akal, H, harmony, T, taat kepada Tuhan, E, emosi, R, rohani, and A, akhlak. I don't know whether it is planned, but it looks as though it is well integrated. And therefore, bila kita cakap tentang sejahtera, benda ini semua masuk dalam. So your sejahtera is not an empty word. It has its own meaning inherent in the word itself. And that word is about this balance and harmony. At the end of the day, we talk about aku insan sejahtera. Bukan sekolah aku sejahtera. Sekolah aku mungkin sejahtera, tapi aku tak sejahtera. Bully still going on. Because sekolah bukan membuli, aku yang membuli. So we've got everything upside down, you know. And we wrote a book about it. It's not the point. And this is what I want to end with this, because you are the teachers who are going to do this. Sekolah aku sejahtera, di mana kata kunci falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Kita ambil satu pun tidak ada. Selamat, sihat, empati, adab sopan, tekun, terampil, R, pada rohani jadi rasional. Ya, seronok, etika, jati diri, harmoni itu adalah satu. Apa tu? Tertib. Whatever it is, artikulasi. Di mana falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Where does the word sejahtera come from? When kita bercakap tentang sekolah aku sejahtera. Sekolah aku mungkin sejahtera. Aku sejahtera. This is where I felt that we have moved away from what this whole idea of falsafah is all about and the context of that. Yeah? So I will not go further, that there are more things to say. But suffice to say that the 21st century paradigm needs to change given the pandemic today. Suffice to say that there's so many shortcomings that we took for granted because there was no COVID. And the COVID now, I think, has exposed everything. And said, what is the failing? The first failing is dari segi kita punya emotional resilience. Yeah? Dari kita punya spiritual resilience. That's why when students are locked down, we find that suicidal rate going up, depression rate going up. Now mental health will be the next step. Is education system ready for this? The health system is not ready. Are we ready for this? We should be ready for this because that's the next wave of challenges. And until and unless education change in a very drastic way, bukan tukar-tukar word saja. And tukar-tukar word is no meaning pun nothing happens. Ya, now kita ada pula bullies, sekolah sejahtera, selamat dan apa. There's another. It will not solve the problem because the context, the philosophy is not there. And I want to take this to you so that you can debate it, and education is good, and come up with a better suggestion. So sorry if I take too much time, but Assalamualaikum and thank you very much. If there's any questions.
Wow, 1 hour plus has just passed, and I think we didn't realize the time passing so fast. The input was tremendous. I must say that I must book Prof for a coffee session because I have a lot of things to discuss with him. Okay, I want to recall back something that happened when I was in primary school. I had this headmaster who didn't teach us, but then there was one day he walked into our class and said, "Come, let's go for a walk." So he took us for a walk into the rubber tree farm. And true enough, like what Prof has said, we actually saw the rubber seeds, we saw the rubber trees, we saw the rubber coming out from the tree barks, and then we scrutinized some of the little insects and all. So it actually took me back when I was standard 6. What Prof said has an impact on me till today. Give him a big hand. Okay, I'm going to open the floor to ask questions, but if there's none, then I have a lot of questions to ask. That's true. Okay.
This one. That was mind-boggling.
I didn't know that time runs so fast.
Quite nervous, but thanks, Prof. Your speech, your talk was very interesting, and I think your talk is more to actually to old generation, not the youngest, not the youngsters. Actually, they have for me, youngsters, they have it's not their fault, it's our fault. We did this to the world, so we try to help them to create a better world for them. But it's just one thing. I just want to ask: are we the only being in the universe? Maybe we have, we don't know. Maybe we have to be extinct to be relevant, like the dinosaurs. You know?
Again, can you repeat?
Are we the only thing living that is important to the universe? You know? Or are there maybe there are other things or other aliens or other things that are much more important than us? And maybe like the dinosaurs, we have to be extinct to go further. Maybe. So are we the only, the only important being in the universe? That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good. I just want to say the world of the younger generation and the world of the old generation is the same world. It's only how you interpret it. Yeah. It cannot be any different world. It's the same world. So when people ask me, what is your world? I think my world and your world is the same. But we look at it from a different point of view. The younger generation, my children look at the world through their devices. The devices is their world. But they are trying to interpret the real world from that devices. And sometimes there are shortcomings. And I think this is where education needs to put things right. Because that device is not the real world. Now we are talking about the virtual world. I am not against the virtual world, but what about the real world? It's out there for you to experience and taste, and it's just like walking in the rubber plantation or whatever. When you can do that physically, why do you want to do this virtually? Of course, you want to do that virtually to the moon because you can't do it. Yeah, I think this needs to come back to what is practical. So when we talk about the suffering of human beings, yeah, you need to be part of it. I think there is a question I want to answer. The answer that we give. We are not the only person. So when we talk about the 5 elements of human existence, when you talk about life, it's not just your life; it's the life of every creature around you. Yeah? Including the plants, if you believe the plants have got life, the animals around you. Yeah? And it's not just about your religion, somebody else's religion, because they talk about the same life. All right? And we talk about resources, wealth, for example. It's not just the wealth that you hold, it's the wealth that you can't count. The water, the air, whatever else that contributes to life that cannot be counted, that cannot be held, you can only feel it. And these are the one that makes us a better human being than what it used to be. When we just say, I got 2 cars, a big house, and a big wife, and a big husband, and that's me. I think this is what I'm worried about. That we have reduced everything to something that we can touch and count. If you cannot touch and count, then it does not matter. My relationship with her is not important because we cannot quantify that. And education now is all about this quantification. I have no time to go about it. When you talk about the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, it's all about balance. Now the education system is about human capital, which is a totally different thing altogether. And kita menggunakan modal insan ini, it's not about a human being, it's part of a human being. It's a marketable human being. Yeah? When you got a bad human being, certainly he or she is not a good. When you got a marketable human being, you may not get a human being at all. And this is where your corruption comes in. All the things that we talk about now, we are facing in this country. And these people who are corrupted, they are all educated people. They come from good universities. They are well-to-do. So if you think that's the only solution, then I think we are all wrong. And this is where we need to go back and think, what is it that we are looking for when we talk about education? Yeah? Is it the material wealth alone, or is it the individual sort of well-being that we talk about? We talk about mental health now. People who are in the palaces have got mental health. People in the kampung may not have mental health because the expectation is not as big. So these are issues, and saya rasa penting. They need to come back to the question. It's not about it. When I draw that diagram for egocentric to egocentric, you find that we are among the viruses. The viruses have the right to live as we have got the right to live, except that we live in a separate world. We don't want to live in the world of the virus. But until you understand that, then you will not be able to find a balance around it. You want everything else to go away so that you can survive your world. And you find out that when you are alone, you cannot survive. All these likes there, the research that I know, you can only handle 150 links at one time. When you have 4 million people, following you, it means nothing. You can only handle about 150 connections at one time. So all the numbers are just numbers. It doesn't contribute to your well-being. It doesn't contribute to your physical, spiritual health, as it were. So these are the things that we don't understand, and we go into this almost blindfolded. Who teaches her all of this? I don't know where this comes from. But at the end of the day, it is something that we need now to deconstruct and understand what is it that we're going for, given the technology. Technology is there, but are we creating a first-class human being, or are we creating a second-class robot? I am worried that we're creating a second-class robot. We are not creating a first-class human being.
Any more questions? Perhaps one question.
It's also a lecture.
Prof, thank you very much for your inspiring talk. I'm sure all of us here are very inspired. Prof, you mentioned just now about Bhutan. Myself, because I'm in the international, but I was from the international fund, and we do a lot of. I'm presently with the TPPI. We do a lot of programs where many Bhutanese have come to our college. And I understand what you say just now about happiness. When they come to us, they also talk about happiness. But I would like to ask you, Prof, what is their definition of happiness?
Yeah.
Is it this, what is their definition of happiness? Do they have a different mindset about what happiness is compared to us? Thank you, sir.
Well, they have a different mindset in the sense of their cultural context. Otherwise, we can also be happy the way they, except that we probably have our own definition. For example, if I were just to talk about, if we talk about happiness, it's an English word, happiness. I'm not good in English, but since you are Antarabangsa, you can help me. Other than happiness, I think there's joy. Right? Other than joy, what else? I'm not too sure. But when it comes to the Melayu context, it ada gembira, seronok, ria, ceria, damai, sejahtera. These are a realm of happiness. So my worry is that when you talk about sejahtera, for sejahtera, because we have got this context that we actually want to. Seronok is when it's momentary. Sometimes it is seronok because you all clap at me and make me feel good. Seronok. Balik rumah, my wife scolded me, that tak seronok. Bahagia is forever. Ada duit, tak ada duit, you bahagia. You somehow rather get control over your being. Wherever you go, you rasa bahagia. I always call yang berbahagia transi. Sometimes tak bahagia pun. But these are the things that you need to understand your cultural context, where you are coming from. But the moment you reduce it just to happiness, then what is it? Is it the damai? Is it the tentram? Is it the bahagia? Is it the seronok? Is it the ceria? What is it? And this is where the cultural difference is. For them, when you talk about happiness, they have got their own word. Yeah? That comes from their own belief. And that inclusive is about living together with nature. So if you want to go to Bhutan, there is one very, very clear example. If you want to go to Bhutan, there's a hill that the aeroplane will, if the aeroplane will go straight, it will hit the hill. They don't even remove the hill. They got that the pilot must know how to navigate and turn. And when you go to Bhutan, you will have this sharp turn. I know of a situation when there's two passengers doesn't even talk to one another. When they sharp turn, they hug one another. Because the turn is. But the simplest example, the simplest solution is to remove the hill. But the king said no. The hill is there for its own purpose. You need to accommodate the hill, not the hill accommodate you. You go to Kathmandu, you can climb Mount Everest, all right, and become famous. In Bhutan, they say don't climb the mountain because the mountain is sacred. So the happiness in that sense, So you need to adjust to their culture. And this is where I think when you talk about it, cultural context becomes important. Where do we begin and where do we end? And when we talk about education without a culture context or somebody else's culture, then I think we are also topsy-turvy. So one of the things that we are doing, I didn't show, but one of the things that we are doing in IIM is to bring back the culture. Understand the culture. And what is the culture asking us to do and how do we accommodate this into our curriculum? Then I think we can be at that balance. So I cannot prompt whatever Bhutan does into our culture because it may not be the same. But yet the end point is the same. How you approach it would be different. And this is what diversity is all about, you know. So in Malaysia, we don't have to quarrel whether we're Indian, the Chinese, Christian, Muslim. I think the end point is the same, the approach may be different. And that's why dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, kita menggunakan kepercayaan kepada Tuhan. Just like rukun negara. We don't specify which God, whose God, and things like that. And I think that's the beauty of this falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan when we talk about that kind of commonalities. You know. I don't know whether I answer your question, but you go to Bhutan, that's what it is. They make you feel part of that family, that you are part of the happiness, and you feel that you belong to the whole Muslim community.
Okay, one last question, and that's going to come from you. Okay, I've read this paper by Glance 2018 that mentioned education is not a sheet of checklist, neither is it a cookie cutter rule. All right. So I'm going to ask Prof. You give this fast-paced world of info and reflective practices that is needed for a good holistic education system. Now, how would you connect the dots, Prof? That is number one.
Connect the dots
between the fast-paced world info, all the tech stuffs, and also reflective practice that is needed being a teacher, right? So that's question number one. Question number two is will be even more mind-boggling. What would be your message to all the teacher trainees in preparing themselves to enter the school environment if you were given the portfolio of education minister?
Let me answer the second question. I think the school today is no longer relevant. I will say it again.
Yes.
The school today is no longer relevant. Yeah. And the university is no longer relevant. As I said, university to me is like a factory at the end of the day. Yeah. To me, by the time they get their degree, I would ask myself, is the student balanced? Not whether will he get a job. I think that's a question that we need to start addressing. And I think the education system, the way it is now because of the Industrial Revolution of 70s. Before that, the school system had different. Now we are past the post-industrial age. Is it not time for the school system to change also? Sitting like this here is a factory way of doing it. Go to any factories and how do they put their workplace like this? And we adopted that almost 100%. Even Harvard people sit like this. And Harvard is supposed to be the best university. Why can't we sit differently? Yeah. Why can't we adopt to the way it's already been, done, different way of sitting, different seat, different cushion, different. After all, my way of studying, when I study, honestly, in my house, I will switch off the lights and I just want one light. I cannot study like this, like a football field. So bright. So then my wife say, why are you studying in the dark? And she wants a bright light, then she go to the kitchen and put the bright light, never mind. But we have two different ways of studying. And we have not even recognized that. So that must be recognized. At the end of the day, with both the technology, we can customize learning, or we are not customizing learning because it becomes economically, quote unquote, expensive. The market tells us what to do. So I think this is where we teachers, I don't understand this. We are the teachers of the school, but yet somebody else tells us what to do. Then we are not the teacher anymore. So I think we need to exercise our authority on education because we are, quote unquote, the expert on education. You've got the degree. The politicians do not have the degree. But if they have the degree also, maybe probably not as good as yours because they are not practitioners. I think we need to start exerting ourselves. Then I think we have to. If you ask me if I'm the education minister, that's what I do. Going very old school. And this is what Nadine is saying. Nadine is saying, Merdeka, pendidikan, campus Merdeka. You intangible school. So your context and my context are not the same. Kalau sekolahnya, misalnya dia kata dia pendalaman, let them specialize in what they're good at. Don't talk about industry because there's no industry in pendalaman. Why do you want to say everybody must go to industry when there's no industry? So this is, I think, the best example that I can give because we understand what we are doing. We are not doing this because we want to do this or because somebody else asked to do. So connecting the dots means that exactly. What is it that you want? If you think reflection is important thing, then I think reflection is an important. When you talk about thinking, it's about reflecting. How can it be when everything is done in a rush and you expect people to find a good answer when you have no time to think about it? I'll give you another example. You know how this headphone is created? Because the Japanese wants to sit down and meditate. You go to Japanese, I think in the 60s, any of the factories they have got a meditation room. When they have got a problem, they will meditate. When they go into this transport, they don't have time to meditate, everything is run. They invented this. So then they have that meditation sort of environment in the headphone. They can close their eyes, never mind, the train moves out where they go on meditating. They've got their space for them to meditate. But some smart Alex take it and turn it into what do you call it now?
Earphones, hands-on.
Yeah.
Hands-on.
And then becomes a music thing. You don't have the meditation, you create more noise now rather than meditating. So we can do this if you want to do it, but all up to us. And that's where you are important in connecting the dots. You connect the dot as you think it is important to you, so that it becomes relevant to you. There's no one way of connecting the dots. Then if you go back to the one size fits all environment that we are now facing. And I'm not happy about it.
Okay, I think it's almost 12:35. So we've come to the end of our discussion session. So I'm going to pass the floor back to Izzati. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Palagas, and thank you, Tantri. Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right. So I'm sure all of us have enjoyed such a wonderful time with Tantri, right? Okay. So now we would like to invite Datin Dr. Zufar Binti Ali on stage to give a token of appreciation to Tantri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak. On behalf of the Teacher Training Institute International Languages Campus, we would like to thank you, Tantri, for your time and the input given. Thank you, Tantri. Thank you, Datin. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will have our short lunch break. And you will start our afternoon session at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. See you soon.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, good, good. Hello, Mr. Key. How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm good so far. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Great, good.
Dr. Dorothy, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Before we begin, as a kind reminder, please be seated. We have come to the main program for today, Touronkai, entitled Paving the Path Beyond Teachers and Best Practices. Our panelist and moderator for today.
Welcome everyone to IPG Campus Bahasa Antarabangsa, Kuala Lumpur. I'm Anne Jayasylvie Dewasagayam, an academic lecturer from IPG KBA and the moderator for this session. The world of education is different, and we as educators cannot but I have this. My voice is The world of education is different, and we as educators have probably been a part of at least some of the educational transformations occurring lately. These have not been incremental changes, but rather large, encompassing changes to education as we know it. This is a world in which education is moving from the industrial age to the connected age, brought on by the increasing number of Web 5.0 applications. IPG KBA, via the main forum, is bringing together panels from 4 countries to discuss the insights into paving the path beyond 21st century education, best practices. First and foremost, I would like to introduce our 4 distinguished panelists to this forum. We have, first, Dr. Touronkai Sesi, a senior lecturer of science education at National University of Samoa. In the year 2002, he obtained a Bachelor of Education from Sesi University, New Zealand. In the year 2007, he obtained Masters of Education from Sesi University, New Zealand. And in the year 2014, he earned a PhD Science in Education from Sesi University, New Zealand. He is also the MTCP alumni of IPG KBA in 2016. Dr. Touronkai's research interest revolves around science education, barriers and supports to the teaching and learning. Our second panelist is Assistant Professor Hetiki Masai from PGRI at Buana University, Surabaya, Indonesia. She is a language teacher, educator with extensive teaching experience in Asia, Europe, and America. She teaches the Indonesian language and culture, both regional and internationally. Currently teaching at Universitas PGRI Buana, Surabaya, Indonesia. Assigned by the Ministry of Education in Indonesia to teach the Indonesian language and culture in several institutions such as Warsaw University, Jagiellonian University, Collegium Civitas Poland, University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Vietnam, and Major University in Thailand. She has conducted numerous academic presentations and published articles both in proceedings and journals. Her expertise is in the area of technology in education, teaching English to young learners, and Indonesian language and culture, BIPA. She is also the MTCP alumni of IPG KBA in 2014. The third panelist for today is Dr. Munita Tahira, the Federal Directorate of Education, Islamabad, Pakistan. She's an educator and teacher trainer. She's also a section head at Fauji Foundation School System, a teacher and teacher trainer at Federal Directorate of Education, a resource person at Academy of Education Planning and Management, a master trainer for the British Council and Pakistan School Safety Framework, a visiting lecturer at Islamic University and Allama Iqbal Open University, JICA alumni in 2012. She's also the MTCP alumni of IPG-KB in 2016. And her area of expertise is problem-based learning and instructional leadership. Dr. Munira Tahira has published numerous research papers, journals, and educational studies review on implications of teaching and writing in Pakistan, role of a head teacher as an instructional leader, role of head teacher in the whole school development, and government school education's principles, perceptions, and total quality management. Our fourth finalist for today is very familiar to all of us. She is Dr. Munira Hanafi, the head of Department of Planning, Research and Innovation at the Institute of Teacher Education, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. She's a PhD graduate from Canterbury Christ Church University, United Kingdom, currently a lecturer at the Institute of Teacher Education, International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and she has 7 years of teaching experiences as an English teacher at secondary school level, a teacher trainer for 13 years, the Assistant Director of Department of Foreign and International Relations, Institute of Teacher Education, Malaysia for a year, and her area of interest is teacher education, reflection, reflective writing and thinking, open learning, distance learning, and international education. Thank you for coming to this session. Okay, learning and innovation go hand in hand, as brilliant as what William Pollard, a famous physicist, said. The arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient tomorrow. This sentiment has as much relevance today as it did when he wrote it in 1946. Modern schooling has changed dramatically in the 21st century, and so have the characteristics of educators in modern, collaborative, and innovative workforce. I have a question for Dr. Munira to get the ball rolling. One of the more prevailing questions asked of us is, what's the latest trend in Malaysia and what does the future hold? From the Teacher Training Institute perspective, how would you respond to this?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Anne, for that lovely introduction. Before I start, just like to say hello to my colleagues all over the world, I guess. Dr. Munira, Dr. Furgi, and also Ms. Hatiki. Hello. It's nice to see you. You're all up in the clouds. Okay, and to the students, thank you very much for being here today. To my colleagues, lecturers, friends from the education department in Malaysia, thank you so much. Yes, your question, I guess we go and jump straight into it. What are the latest trends in education happening here in Malaysia particularly, and looking at teacher education or teacher training? But before I go on into that, let me just go back a little bit into history of how our education system has actually evolved and transformed. So many years ago, the education system in Malaysia has gone has gone through a lot. Okay, it started with education being rather informal. Informal meaning that the things that you learn are things related to living skills. And this happened prior to the British colonization. Now, when the British came, okay, they did something to our education system. That's when we started to have more organized, more structured system. We have a more structured policy in education, And then we started to develop our own National Education Act, which was passed in Parliament sometime in 1966. And then the government was able to use education as a tool to foster unity and nation building through a common syllabus and curriculum. So bringing everyone together, because we have different races, okay, different people living in one small country, a small part in the world. And I guess it is the same out there with my colleagues in other countries. On the screen right now, I can see you. Okay, so yeah, so that's a little bit of history. Now we have come a very long way. So in 2012, that's when our ministers, our think tank, our professionals, our teachers decided that, hey, come on, this is 2012 already, so we need to change. Okay, we need to change and we need to transform. We have to do something to our education system to make it relevant and fit with what is going on in the world out there. So that's when we have the blueprint, okay, the National Education Blueprint. So it's very thick. It's blue in color. Although it's a blueprint, it's blue in color, and inside it there are so many aims and objectives and intentions to formulate better education for us. Okay, so what are the trends in education in Malaysia? Okay, I would say the trend is definitely technology. Okay, in everyday classroom activities, we use technology all the time. Okay, and even now, because of technology, we are able to communicate everywhere in the world. And we're able to have this Touronkai right now. Okay, and so effective teaching and learning need an effective delivery system. So textbooks are no longer considered as an important element in acquiring knowledge, and I think this has been touched earlier in the talk by our keynote, Tan Sri Zulkifli, Director of the International Islamic University. So learning activities are done through electronic media, whereby information and communication technology has become the main means of imparting knowledge and gathering information in any education context. So ICT has actually changed students' learning behavior. Okay, moving from content-based curricula to competency-based curricula, and from teacher-centered to student-centered forms of delivery. Now, if you can see on the screen, this is an example of one of the initiatives that the Ministry of Education has come up with. It's a platform called the Lima. Okay, on the Lima, okay, there are so many applications, many links on it where all the things concerning teaching and learning are put together in one place. Okay, so DILEMA stands for Digital Educational Learning Initiative Malaysia. DILEMA is a single platform that provides learning management system services as well as learning resources that can be used by students and teachers, where they can be accessed during using organization Google account. Okay, on DILEMA there are materials, resources, and even applications for teachers and learners to use. So instead of the traditional hard copy textbooks, now learners in Malaysia and even teachers, they can just go onto this DILEMA platform and they can simply retrieve the textbooks, digital textbooks. Okay, now as I'm saying this, I'm also thinking about what our keynote speaker had said earlier about sustainability. Okay, about eco-learning, eco-education, okay, where you try to save the environment, you are also trying to sustain us, human beings, okay, and having digital textbooks online is part of it, okay. So, in the 1980s and 1990s, we would watch education or children's programs on TV. Now we have a new form of TV which we can access through the platform which is called EduWeb TV and DDate TV. Now, this again is a very helpful effort when during the pandemic we are not able to have physical classrooms, okay, where the teachers and the students cannot be in the same room together. So we realized that many of the learners has missed out a lot of the lessons. Okay, so one of the medium to disseminate information and also, lessons through television. Okay, so it's an old idea but has been given a refreshed thought. Okay, when the TV program is being brought into this platform. Okay, so that's another trend that is changing, where you can access textbooks, where you can access information through a platform, a simple platform, okay, and in the comforts of your home. In the comforts of your home and even your classroom. Okay, and all of this is because of technology. Now, that is the general trend or the latest thing that is happening in education in Malaysia. But when we bring to our teacher training, okay, we have this, yes, of course. Okay, but for teacher training, it is even more. Okay, we have what we called Google Classrooms. Okay, now previously we would have the classrooms online at home. Okay, now most of our classrooms are here face to face. Now that does not mean that we don't use Google Classroom anymore. We do. Okay, because that's where we start to store all of our resources and materials. It's very practical. Okay, and another thing here is the Google site. Now, instead of having a physical e-portfolio, you have a digital one. Okay, so everything is combined in one place. So that's how things are changing. Things are transforming. Okay, right. So, so what I'm trying to say here is that technology has impacted quite a lot of how the general education system in Malaysia and also in teacher training, and particularly in teacher training, we have to go on and try to be at par with what is happening out there. So even with our students, they were born with technology. So they have all the skills already. So what we need to do as teachers is just to identify the skills, okay, and try to put them in, give them the opportunity and the chances for them to make use of the skills in the classroom. Okay, so and I think I hope I answered your question. Thank you, Dr. Mudira. It's true, we have come far even before independence actually. Now, various changes are made under the Malaysian Education Development Plan, MEDP, which is 2013 to 2025, to transform the national education landscape to be more holistic and aim to improve the quality of education. So the smooth transition in Malaysian universities from physical to virtual classrooms was attributed to pre-existing MOOC, which is Massive Open Online Courses, and blended learning policies, LMS, in the Malaysia education movement as well, and indeed we are fortunate in Malaysia. Now, in line with this, I have a question for you, Dr. Fujimi. We know that despite the pandemic that affected almost everyone and stalled progress of many sectors, education had to move forward, catering for the needs of students. From a lecturer's point of view, how did universities in general respond to the situation? And to what extent did the plans and efforts by the curriculum materialize? This is for Dr. Fugili's first person.
Sorry, I didn't get comment? Was it for me?
Yeah.
I would think, from a lecturer's point of view, how do universities in general respond to the situation? I'll go back to the situation. We know that despite the pandemic that affected almost everyone and stalled progress of many sectors, education had to move forward, catering for the needs of students. So from a lecturer's point of view, how did universities in general respond to the situation, and to what extent did the plans and efforts by the curriculum materialize?
Thank you for the question. First of all, selamat tengah hari to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope I say that correct. Can you hear me clearly? Can everybody hear me clearly? Okay, that's good. Anyways, with regards to response from the university in terms of education here within our country, Samoa, we had to respond 100%, despite the fact that we were so much affected with the COVID-19. And with the trends also that, as earlier on mentioned, we were actually had to move on to from the traditional face-to-face, the classroom, delivery mode to an online. So it's really good that this, this platform we're looking at, and also this forum that we're able to share. So our university actually responded 100% in terms of delivering the education. Especially my area is, I'm specifically working at the teacher education here, and the Faculty of Education at the National University of Samoa, where we had to ensure that we deliver the curriculum no matter what. And therefore, the utilization of technology was, 100% useful. And therefore, we moved on to the online delivery. So all the courses were immediately switched because, as I said, that this was a traditional, and since Samoa is very new to education, so we were like quickly switch our, our deliveries, delivery modes, as well as the material to be offered online. And in fact, my course, even before the COVID-19, I trialed it myself last year. So it was really good, really easy for me, coming from a university where online teaching at Massey University was, highly required and was used a lot. I was able to transfer my materials to the online mode, and I was able to deliver the courses and be able to convince the students, because this is one of the things that we have to convince the students. One, technology is new. Two, able to, get them in touch, access the technology. And to be trained in terms of using the technology was a difficult one. So I had to ensure that we respond in terms of delivery, and also response in terms of acknowledging the difficulties that the students had. One, in terms of accessing, two, in terms of the connection. But we had to teach, no matter what, we had to deliver. And now we have more courses here at the National University of Samoa offered online, despite the fact that we're back to the classrooms, but we are still moving on. This is a trend, this is a new thing we have now. It's looking at continuing the utilization of online delivery in most of the courses. And in fact, science education, I teach science, it's very difficult online, but I try my best. In fact, I will be sharing some of my experience in how to teach science online later on. But but we responded 100%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Faduli. So the swift reaction to the pandemic has truly transformed mindsets and attitudes in higher education, and resulted in competencies to engage with students and academics remotely, but more meaningfully with various modes of teaching. Now, we have these 7 main trends that have emerged with 21st century education. And one of it is the expansion of mobile technology. Technology will become increasingly mobile, meaning that opportunities for learning will, and already do, exist everywhere and all the time. Okay, Professor Haptiki, I have a question for you. As an assistant professor, give us your insight on how has this trend penetrated the universities in Indonesia. Was the situation similar to what was happening in the mainstream public schools?
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to greet everyone here. Selamat siang semuanya, salam sejahtera. And as now, education in Indonesia, of course, including all the technology in daily routine. So the growing technology trend in Indonesia demands schools and university to always innovate, including the school management system and even also the university level. The implementation of ICT or information, communication, and technology is expected to have the various outcomes. The online class platform are becoming more relevant to Indonesia students these days. It has also driven the increased interest in online program over the education provided by the schools or even the universities. So based on also the survey or the research from Cambridge International in 2018, it mentioned that Indonesian students are among the world's highest users of technology in education. And here, right now, as you can see, learning is a journey without end. And also, by having the online learning, it means that you have to refer to the ideas of using online tools for learning. So my expertise here is to teach Indonesian for the in foreign students. So, for example, from Vietnam, so they come to Adibuana University to learn. Before the pandemic, they come to Indonesia. But unfortunately, because of the COVID of 19, we have to deliver all the teaching learning activities through online, and it's quite hard for me at the first time. So we try to have like a different kind of media or teaching modes or LMS. So we call it with Firlanda in Atiguana. As you can see here for the Indonesian teaching Indonesian for the foreigners, we have like a different kind of skills. The first one is listening, we call it menyimak in Indonesia, and then speaking, berbicara, reading, membaca, writing, menulis, vocabulary, kosakata, structure, and tata bahasa. So all the students, the foreign students who come to Indonesia or who learn the BIPA, the Indonesian language for foreigners, they have to be able to have this kind of language competence for the whole semester. So it's quite difficult for me at the first time when it comes to the online session. But we try as a teacher, we have to think differently. So for the listening one, so I can share you my experiences during the listening activity. You can have like the voice spice recorders, which is like record your voice, your own voice, and give the example for the Indonesian audio. And then you ask your student also to record their own voice, for example, to introduce themselves. That is for the listening part. And then for the speaking one, I use the TikTok. So I'm sure that every students around the world, they do really love the TikTok one. I mean, like here in TikTok, not only the in English version, but we have also the Indonesian version. So I asked them to practice the song of Bahasa Kalbu and also the Kopi Dangdut, two different kind of genre of the music, the pop music and also the genre of the Dangdut one. So later on, maybe you can share a few the example of my students' activities using the TikTok. So can you please play the first one, the Bahasa Kalbu, and then continue with the Kopi Dangdut?
Aku hanya besar ketutunan indah kasih percayalah.
Ini bahasa kamu berapa?
And the second video.
Kegelisahan kasih.
So that is the first video from one of my students in Thailand, and with the song of the pop genre music. But the second one will be like the dangdut one. It's quite difficult actually for the Thai student because they never learned Indonesian before. But by having the technology using the TikTok, they are able to speak even though through songs. So maybe we can take a look for the second one, copy dangdut.
Thailand. Music from Thailand.
Makin hangat bagai ciuman yang pertama. Seakan ikut irama. Senyum tersenyum membunyikan irama lidah dia menyengat hatinya juga dia. Membuat aku lupa akan cintaku yang melalui. Kalau ku pandang.
Okay, thank you so much. So from these two videos, these are the examples how we have to also, as a teacher, we have to improve ourselves with the new technology right now, because we cannot also expect our students to learn the technology while we ourselves as educators, we are not ready with the technology right now. So the trend is in Indonesia, all the students, not only the student but also the teachers, they have to be able to use different kind of mode of application to use the technology in the classroom. So I think that's all, and the rest maybe I will explain for the next session for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. There are three emerging trends in education which are equally important subjects to study these days. Virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and artificial intelligence, AI. So these emerging trends are the state-of-the-art technologies which gain popularity and set a trend among users, and probably these will be our future discussions. When we discuss about plans and efforts by the curriculum and the emerging trends in education, we can't run away from the curriculum development of schools. As a member of the curriculum development of federal schools of Pakistan, what is your take on this, Dr. Munibah? What are the steps of curriculum development in facilitating to attain national goals? And what are teachers' perspectives, practices, and experiences concerning the design and implementation of the English curriculum, as well as the professional development offered by the government to implement language policies and curriculum guidelines?
Selamat pagi and Assalamu alaikum. And thank you very much for this opportunity. According to me, curriculum is the basically bone of education. And in our country, there is a special team for curriculum development at national level. First of all, I add the names of those who are the participants or who are the main elements or who are joining or who are conducting the curriculum. Those are those are Ministry of Education, Secretary of Education, then directors, then institutions, then provinces, and then provincial subject specialists, and then contents of those areas, and after that, according to national attain goals, to attain national goals of curriculum are need-based assessment. First of all, we must consider that curriculum must be according to need and age of the students, and secondly, the planning session, which is about that how to plan, how to manage, or how to consider the uh, age of the students. Previously, there were in 20th century there were 3 R's. Those were reading, writing, and arithmetic. But now in 21st century, we have developed at national level curriculum with need based, with planning sessions, and number third is content development according to the student's age, according to the area, according to the facilities, according to the environment. We decide the contents of the curriculum development, and after that, pilot testing, pilot delivery. Uh, first, we uh, first we develop the curriculum and we do pilot testing in the areas, and then we revise. Uh, and then we revise in areas, and if that is accessible, that is approachable, that is need based, then we consider that curriculum in the content, and then we complete curriculum package in a language of the areas. And as if I add the language in our country, there are many languages in different areas, so we consider that curriculum in those languages, and then we send those areas, and we prepare that curriculum, in the areas, and we use that curriculum in different areas. But at federal level, at national level, we at federal level we consider that curriculum in English language, and goals are basically five. Number one, need based. Number two, planning session. Number three, content development. And number four, pilot delivery. And number five, complete curriculum package. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Munita. I believe the implementation of policies is linked to professional development initiative, as it is assumed that if educators participate in such initiatives, they'll be able to implement policies quickly and effectively. Our next round of discussions is all about teaching strategies. The teaching strategies educators or teachers use daily begin as innovative ideas that have been tested and then perfected by the creators. This suggests that the definition for best practices can be interpreted as existing teaching practices that have been proven to be effective. Michael Fulham and Andy Hargreaves take this idea further in Professional Capital, transforming teaching in every school, as they suggest best practices are practices that have achieved a high level of effectiveness and have been perfected over a decade or more. In RPG best practices is aligned with the saying, break the norm, innovate the practice. This question is for Dr. Munira. Best practices. How do the training teachers embrace these practices? Are they given empowerment to channel these best practices to students? Are the trainees given intrinsic motivation in supporting student self-efficacy?
Okay, thank you, Ed, for those questions. But before I answer them, earlier you mentioned about the three trends. What were the three trends again?
Virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and artificial intelligence.
Okay. So if I may, I think I'll add another one to that. Based on the videos that I saw just now, another trend is TikTok, Insta, and YouTube famous. Because teachers now are all on that platforms. Okay, they are teaching like stars instead of teachers. Okay, so that is empowerment. Okay, the teachers are empowered to create, to innovate, to reuse whatever materials and resources that they can find out there and creatively transform those tools into teaching materials that are meaningful, that are relevant, that are engaging, and also fun. Just now, I see most of the students here, they actually sang along with your students, Hatiki, in that video just now. So you see what technology can do and has done, and how that triggered some form of thinking, creative thinking in our students and in us as well, to find the best solution to solve problem, to solve issues of being in a classroom. There's the textbook, the boring textbook, and then you have to teach tata bahasa, you have to teach grammar, which is a very dry subject. But how do you make that fun? How do you make that that lesson or that short activity engaging, where all the students are interested to listen to and learn that grammar item? So that comes to another keyword, I think, in the main theme that we have here: empowerment of teacher, of teaching, and also of learning of the learners. Okay, so coming back to your question here, so how do we embrace that? How do our teacher trainees, student teachers here, embracing that trend or that change or transformation that's happening right now? I think I don't have to explain that further, because they are embracing that very well and clearly, even with our lectures having to find ways to make the teaching and learning process very interesting. Okay. So the young trainees are born with technology, as I said earlier. So they are thinking differently from us. They are fast learners, and some very talented and skillful in using the computers. I believe creating is part of their nature, because if you observe closely, that technology requires its users to build, form, and develop something out of something else. So yes, the students are coping, but I think the question is, are we coping with it? The lecturers or the teachers, are we really coping with these changes and transformation? Because we are ahead of time. So again, when I relate this to what the keynote speaker has said earlier, because remember, he showed a dinosaur. Okay, that's us, okay, the lecturers. All right, so, but the students, they're still in the eggs, the dinosaur, cracking open into this new world. Okay, so I think the question would come back to us: are we coping well? Are we embracing the transformation and changes that are going on in our education system? So the second question, asking, are the students empowered? I know the practices, yes, of course. With the TikTok videos, for example, that's a very clear example of empowerment. In the classroom, the e-portfolios, yes, because they decide what to put in their e-portfolios. So So that is empowerment, giving choices, giving opportunities to develop their ideas, their perspectives of things. Okay, and of course we are there to facilitate and to monitor and to also, if you see them straying away a little bit, then you, yes, check and balance and bring them back to the true philosophy, back to reality, to the true philosophy of that particular subject that we are teaching. The training teachers given intrinsic motivation in supporting students' self-efficacy. So I could read out to as much as possible. We do motivate our students. We do encourage our students to go out there and explore the world. And again, this very much relates to what Tan Sri Zulkifli had said earlier. Let the students go out and climb the trees. Okay, that would be a motivation to go and explore and see what's out there, not just to be in this room with the curtains closed. And I hope, I don't know if the three of you agree with what I'm saying right now, but yes, I guess I answered all the three questions. Yes? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dumila. Actually, our training teachers are given a lot of empowerment. Recently, there was also a command kind of forum where they had to actually showcase their best practices. That was a beautiful session where students actually came up with a very detailed explanation how they went about, and actually gave also a beautiful insight on how beneficial their innovations were, their best practices were. Okay. So as educators, we certainly believe in the promise of online solutions and also all these AI, VR, and augmented reality. And this is all to improve student outcomes and empower teachers with additional tools to provide effective, individualized instruction. Now, however, education technology is an incredibly young field, and everyone, educators, developers, and students alike, is still learning how best to use these tools. Now, in line with this, I have a question for Dr. Fabrini. Now, many students fall behind during remote learning, and they may not be ready to move on to the next level. How is this, or should this be handled? What does it mean for a pandemic to become endemic from your perspective?
Thank you for the question. This is very interesting in terms of looking at students falling back in during the remote learning, which is something that's happening a lot here, especially when we switch from the face-to-face traditional learning to the online learning. And we've noticed that quite a few students. And the beginning, as I said, that the COVID-19 was actually a good thing, because that's when we actually moved, was a sudden move to the utilization of the online. And therefore, we found that the lecturers, the dinosaur ideology, the lecturers had to struggle in terms of switching the materials, because it's not the same as teaching a face-to-face classroom. We had to switch the online to be user-friendly for the students, and deliver, making sure that we online, and it's almost like 24/7, where we spent, facing this monitor and communicating with the students and sending the stuff to the students. And therefore, we found students left behind or falling backwards. And that's the reasons why we continue to have the monitoring as well as providing support for the students, not only with the content of the subject, but we also encourage the IT staff members to be online and perhaps supply or provide the support that they can. And also there's a role played by the students where they have to communicate the lecturer, the tutor, or the IT, because they've given all these opportunities to, when they're stuck, communicate. When they are stuck with something, they have to let us know. as soon as possible rather than waiting. And I think that's when they fall backwards and they're left behind because of that. They do not even communicate, despite the fact that we always tell them that if you're stuck, let us know. We can unstuck you or we can help you unstuck or whatever ways we do. And unfortunately, somehow it's the nature of the students that they wait. And because of that delay, the students fall behind. We're moving to letter J, yet they are stuck at letter F. And therefore, the journey continues and they are, behind. So that's the idea. And I think two important concepts, two important ideologies that I would like to raise at this particular case. One is engagement. The engagements between the lecturer, the students, and all the supporting staff or supporting parties, including the IT people. Because the lecturer delivers and also monitor the development, the implementation of the course, and also the submissions and everything online. The student has to, and be engaged. The student has to do their part. The lecturer play your part. The student has to play his her part, rather than one way. And therefore, that will be able to have a meaningful learning, a collaborative, delivery of this subject or this course. So that engagement is very, very important. And therefore, when they do that engagement way and the ongoing, there's a good collaboration, not only between the lecturer and the students, and the student between the student and another student. That engagement continue. Lecture, student, 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 lecture. There's a 2 or 3 ways of going. And from there also, there is an opportunity of the student to reach out, because my experience is I encourage students to engage with people that I know, staff members that I know outside, not only within Samoa, but in New Zealand, Australia, Fiji. And I give them information because I already given the consent from those people that if they need help, let me know. So I give the information for these students and they have to contact those people. And therefore that network that builds up upon the learning, that will be really good, rather than relating only to the lecturer and the other students. So I think this is one of the best practice, engaging students in these particular tools, and therefore they're able to reach out, not only within the circle of the course, lecturer, student, but go beyond with other people that's provided, or even just go to other people for people that they know for some help. The other concept, the other ideology that I would like to share at this particular point, based on my experience, is contextualizing. Contextualization. My research was based on barriers and supports to achievement in science education. And what happens is that I've realized some of the materials that we do teach the students are not even contextual, which means that they have to be meaningful, have to be applicable, have to be relevant to the students. And having those examples, having those ideas that are relevant, that are meaningful to the students, they are able to be engaged, they are able to be motivated, they are able to continue. So I feel that using online, it's much better than having the face-to-face. Sorry, face-to-face people. Classroom traditional, sorry, I have to move on to the 21st century approach of using online. There are so many materials available online. And also the way I teach, I use a lot of materials that are available at home that to encourage students. Let me try and see if I'm able to share some of the videos that I did with my students, so that you get the idea of what actually happened. Okay. Here is something that the students did. Let me run this video. I hope you can. I hope the video. Okay, can you see the video? Okay, this is the cooking in my country. And the demonstration here is showing how the water comes out. This demonstrates the effects of heat upon mentals. the effects of the heat upon mantle, the liquid inside the pot represents the mantle. And what happens, the lid of the pot moves away, that represents the plate. So when there's so much pressure, when the liquid inside the pot is heated or is very, very hot, like the mantle, it boils and moves the plate, which is the lid. And therefore, volcanic eruption comes. So using the idea of I hope I can stop this. Okay. The idea of contextualization ideas and scientific knowledge. The students are able to utilize, the students are able to see all that. When they get home, when they cook, they see the evaporation, they see the boiling, and therefore do it. There's so many ideas. The teaching of science also that I'm doing with primary teachers here for the Bachelor of Education primary. I encourage the students to go out. I think somebody was mentioning about climbing the tree. That's my thing. I love it. I was climbing the coconut tree in Malaysia in 2016 to show the MTCP my project, the things that I can do using the coconut leaves. So what happens, I encourage students to go outside and learn. Dig the soil, get the earthworm. Look at the flowers on the breadfruit tree, look at the flowers on the banana tree, look at the leaves arrangement, phyllotaxy. Look at how the influence of heat when they heat the soil. All these things that are contextual. So the idea of teaching science online, engagement and contextualizing the teaching of science, I love it. And therefore, from there on, I look at the way of adopting these tools as engaging and contextualizing. Hey, live with it. This is the era where we live with these things. Pandemic to endemic, yes, the pandemic is gone, but it's although it's with us, yeah, we have to live with it. And therefore, no matter how people hate technology, no matter how people say about technology expensive or whatsoever, we have to live with it. It's with us. And therefore, let's use it. If it's with us now, let's use it and use it wisely. So I feel that that's a good way of looking at adopting these tools so that we improve the teachers' learning, we improve the students' learning, and continue on with quality learning, quality teaching in the future. Thank you.
So thank you, Doctor. So adapting these practices, networking and contextualizing can definitely help educators and teachers effectively engage with their students in an online or blended environment and get the most out of online tools. Let's move to Professor Abdiki. I have a question for you. And now in the pandemic phase, whether it is language apps, virtual tutoring, video conferencing tools, or online learning software, there has been a significant surge in usage since COVID-19, and there's a consistent continuity in this trend. With a sudden shift away from the classroom in many parts of the globe, we were wondering whether the adoption of online learning will continue to persist post-pandemic and how such a shift will impact the worldwide education market. Hence, how is the education sector in Indonesia responding to the rise of online digital learning? And do you see online teaching as the way forward for education, schools and university students, or creating personal touch and building a rapport and relationship with the students are needed more?
All right, thank you. So, after the pandemic of COVID-19, the education sector in Indonesia, especially the use of technology tools, is increasing, of course. The teachers as well as the students, they both apply different kind of technology in the classroom. For example, in my university, Adibuana University, the LMS that we use system is called with Finlanda, a virtual learning environment Adibuana. So all the teachers and the students are required to use the Firlanda during for the teaching learning activities. So, but when we come to teach to some subjects, so we have to see also what kind of media that is suitable, the online media, interactive media that's suitable with Firlanda and the other one. So this is one of the things that you can use. Maybe I can give my experience when you want to teach writing for your student. It's not only for Indonesian language, but any kind of language. This one we call it with whiteboard.p for writing skills. So it can be like both in the classroom or even online. So you can use this kind of activity, whether it is online or even you are in the classroom and you play your laptop on the screen so they can write it out together. So for example, can you move to the next slide? So these are the example from my students from Malaysia in UITM Kedah at the time. So I asked them to find the quotation from Malay film. So I give an example first from Indonesia film that is famous, the entitled Dilan 1990. Jangan rindu, rindu itu berat, kamu nggak akan kuat, biar aku saja. Or in English we call it with don't miss me, it's very heavy, you won't be strong. Just let me by Dylan. So from those example of quotation from Dylan movie, I asked my students Malay in UITM Kedah to find. I would like also to learn the different culture from Malaysia. Yeah, I mean, so one of the students mentioned that the film Tujuh Hari Mencintaiku akan kupertahankan agar setiap detik ini bermakna. So they try to put everything that they have got in the whiteboard, so we can discuss together. So this is one of the activities that we did at the time. And then for the next one, can you move to the next slide? So for the another skills like reading skills, so I can ask the students to use Padlet. So we can gather all the waste materials to put the in one slides over here in one wall. For example, you put the video, you can put the waste materials, you can put the authentic materials like listening. This is on the materials for Padlet. So by having all of these things, I'm sure the students will have like a different kind of a perception that in learning certain language or even like learning certain subject, it will be fun for the students. Can you move to the next one? So also in Indonesia, we have also hybrid learning. The learners can freely choose to attend the session in the classroom, participate only whether synchronous or synchronously. So they can choose both. And then according to their preference in terms of time, space, and also phase. So it can combine the best modalities according to the learning objective and contextual needs. So back to the first one, we have to see also the students need, what our students need. If it's like they focus on the writing, yeah, we have to find some activities for the writing skills. This is only an example. The writing skills we can have like story jumper, because we have this is created by one of my students, Legenda Malin Kundang. So maybe the other teachers here can also apply the use of the story jumper. The next one. This is also Canva created by my students in Vietnam. They write it down about the family tree, how they introduce their family and also put the pictures, and they use the Indonesian name at the time. The next one. So Canva is also helpful for writing. And then for teaching vocabulary, I usually use the word wall. So for example, we combine the English version and the Indonesian one. The Bang Daya, we call it the power bank. So they just like match between English and Indonesian. Next, please. And for the structure, in Indonesian language, we have also the structure, not only English, but we have call it with tata bahasa. So Bandung sangat dingin sehingga kami bla 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 tebak. So we have the structure. Which one is the suitable answer? Oh, we have to berbaju tebal. We wear the clothes, something like that. The next one. I think this is the last one. So wheel of name is very good for teaching vocabulary. So these are the vocabularies for the topic for the places. For example, hospital, rumah sakit. It can be like help for the students to memorize or even to do the speaking activities. So all in all, yeah, online teaching usually commonly used in different kind of level in education. So I do agree that as a teacher, we have to move forward from the traditional one and to the new trend of technology right now, because we have to combine. Sometimes the teacher also forgot, because when we face to face, we don't use the technology anymore. Sometimes we can back again to the I mean, like just prepare the PowerPoint, present, but sometimes we have to think. We have to think whether the students will be get bored maybe. So it's better to combine those two different kind of styles. So you can also put the technology during your teaching learning activities. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Matiki. My personal take on this, learning has been a great part of human history over the years. People have always been looking for ways to advance their knowledge, understand the world better, and make their lives easier. The ways of learning have definitely improved, but the goal remains the same. Both teaching methods are valuable and will survive the test of time. My final question is for Dr. Mulima Tandira. What is the focus of the 21st century skills curriculum? How do you integrate 21st century skills in curriculum? What does 21st century curriculum mean? And what 21st century skills should our learners be taught? And what is the importance of skill development in the 21st century curriculum?
Thank you so much for the question. The main focus skills are, I think, critical thinking and problem solving, and communication and collaboration, and creativity and innovation, and information and communication in and technology and media. And for me, we can integrate 21st century skills in curriculum by problem-based learning, through cooperation, cooperative learning, through linking knowledge with the real world, and through integrating multimedia tools. And 21st century curriculum means 21st century is a century of innovation. So an orthodox curriculum design will fail to work in. So in current hybrid education, we can use flexible curriculum, creative curriculum, and challenging and complex curriculum. And the importance of skill development in 21st century curriculum is, I think, to evolve skills learning from an early age, and I think gain success for a healthy society and successful individuals, and era of separate specialized education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muniba.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muniba, for your valuable insight. And with this, we move on to the audience. Let's go to the audience for your questions. And we'll also be taking questions from our virtual audience. Please indicate the name of the panelist followed by the question. Any question from the floor? Okay. Since there's no question from the floor, okay, this is my conclusion. Now we're getting close to the end of our time together, and if there's one thing I would like this audience to take away from this
session, what would it be? Well, I will tell you that not only do 21st century skills provide a foundation for successful learning in school, but they also help to ensure students are successful outside of the classroom in real world scenarios in life, and future workplaces where change is inevitable. Lifelong learning is a continuously supportive process which stimulates and empowers individuals to acquire all the knowledge, values, skills, and understanding they will require throughout their lifetime, and to apply them with confidence, creativity, and enjoyment in all ways. By the end of the day, that's the ultimate goal of lifelong learning and paving the path beyond 21st century education. So I'd like to close this forum by thanking all the panelists for the participation and all those who have put their heart and soul into making this forum a respectful and meaningful one. I will end this forum with a quote from Confucius. Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. And hope breeds peace. Thank you. And I'll pass the session to our MC, Dr. Gizam.
All right. Thank you, Madam Anne. All right. Alhamdulillah. Hopefully, we all have gathered beneficial points from this session today. We will now take a short 5-minute break before the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Di sini bermula mengenal dunia bersama guru tercinta. Seronok belajar selama sentiasa, sekolahku sejahtera. Kesehatan diutama, kebersihan dijaga, sama perkasa etika, integriti di jiwa. Kita selami empati, bina kasih insani, teguh jati diri, adab, sopan hidup harmoni. Sekolahku sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, bangkitlah generasi pewaris negara. Sekolahku sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, gemilanglah Malaysia di mata dunia. Sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, ayo kita jaga bersama. Sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, ayo kita jaga bersama. Hidup mulia berjaya, terus tekun usaha, teliti dalam bekerja, diri cekap terampil, eksplorasi ilmu berguna, bertindak rasional, mantapkan artikulasi, hujah penuh kualiti. Sekolahku sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, bangkitlah generasi pewaris negara. Sekolahku sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, gemilanglah Malaysia di mata dunia. Sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, ayo kita jaga bersama. Sejahtera, sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera, ayo kita jaga bersama. Sejahtera, sejahtera, sekolahku sejahtera.
to Datin Dr. Bushra Binti Ali, the Director of the Teacher Training Institute International Languages Campus, IPG KBA, Dr. Hamida Binti Samsudin, the Deputy Director, our esteemed guests, Dr. Rosli Bin Yaakob, Senior Deputy Director of IPGM, heads of departments, heads of units, senior lecturers, and all the esteemed guests. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the closing ceremony of Touronkai 2022. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Amin Amin bin Muhammad Yusuf to recite the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والسلام على رسول الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك اللهم أحب عنا وعن والدينا وعن جميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Ya Allah, in conjunction of the closing ceremony of Touronkai IPGKBA 2022 Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus Kuala Lumpur, we are grateful to you, Ya Allah, in favor of all the infinite blessing on us, your servants. Alhamdulillah, we are able to gather here for the closing ceremony of Touronkai 2022. We raise our gratefulness on your guidance, acceptance, and permission for us to organize this event successfully. Ya Allah, Ya Malik, our responsibility in executing the Malaysian Development Master Plan to meet the demands and needs of Education 4.0, Education 5.0, in the 21st century is indeed very challenging. As such, Ya Allah, bestow on us the commitment, strength, patience, and perseverance to uphold the national education level to a standard without neglecting our virtues and our principle. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, we seek from you, Ya Allah, to bless us and this event with your mercy. May all our efforts in educating our future generation and improving the education in this country be granted with your guidance and blessing. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا مباركا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يسبقنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Dr. Amin Amin, for the prayer recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite Dr. Rosli Bin Yaakob, Senior Deputy Director of IPGM, to give his speech and officiate the Touronkai 2022.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Datin Dr. Bushra Ali, Director of the Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur. Dr. Hamidah Samsudin, Deputy Director of the Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur. Directors from the Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia, Head of Departments, head of units, lecturers, colleagues, teachers, students, and not to forget the guest speakers, participants, and viewers, both local and international. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur, for their efforts in organizing Touronkai 2022 for the third time since its inception in 2015. Touronkai, which is forum in Japanese, reflects what the program is all about. This is a talk, conversation between scholars, mainly discussing on topics related to education. Touronkai is the meeting ground where educators from local and international institutions get to share and exchange their ideas and views on current education issues. The Touronkai that you may have been seen and experienced yesterday as well as today is not just another forum. It elevates intellectual discussion to the level where significant and relevant points are argued and correctly agreed, where important messages are delivered for the cutters to take notes, reflect, and later apply in their practice. It is where all the thoughts have been explored. I'm pleased to see that this year's Touronkai managed to attract quite a large number of participants and viewers both in personal and virtual via YouTube. This shows that the technology important discussion on Touronkai can reach many people from various places. Ladies and gentlemen, transcending the trends of 21st century education insights into empowering teachers and learners. The main theme for this year's Touronkai is it is indeed a topic worth discussing. We can see with the recent COVID-19 pandemic, education is transforming rather rapidly, according to the things that are happening around the world. But more importantly, with the advancement of technology, change in the way we teach and how our students learn is indeed inevitable. The impact of technology on education today is great. There are more newly improved and effective education applications and websites available for teachers and learners to access, mainly free of charge. Teachers, learners, and even parents to determine and create their own ways to engage in learning through technologies tools such as Google Classroom, Google Site, online games, and even social media platforms. This indicates that education has moved from being in the industrial age to the sharing age, where most things are open and brought on by increasing numbers of Web 5.0 applications. Because of the technology, teachers and learners are empowered. We can take control of their own quest for knowledge and information. They can create spaces and develop materials that suit their preferred ways of learning. They can pick and choose things to learn, show and display, receive feedback and interact with others from across the globe, all with the help of technology. Ways of teaching and learning surely have evolved. We heard from yesterday's session about improved ways to approach teaching like blended learning and fluid classroom, all giving opportunities and signs for education of their future. It is our aspiration and mission that the Teacher Education Institute in Malaysia to provide meaningful teachers education programs that prepare as well as develop future teachers who are competent, able to solve problems and make decisions rationally. We are here to support and train our student teachers to have the confidence to nurture their youth, their creative ideas in delivering innovative teaching. Education in the 21st century is changing to meet the need of our increasing connected and borderless world. Technology helps teachers and learners to develop their capacity to be well-informed, open-minded, and responsible people who are responsive to diverse perspectives. I believe that teachers and learners have to acquire 21st century skills because this will enable them to function in a digital and global society more effectively. Thus, in meeting this demand, I also believe that our practices must change and we must take the path to guide others and for others to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Therefore, we need to be at par or up to date with the trends in education to stay relevant, so that we are empowered and can empower our children for our future. This being said, I would like to declare Touronkai 2020 closed. I am sure that most of us have had an exciting and engaging experience with Touronkai this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again for the next Touronkai. To the organizer, all the speakers, participants, and viewers from all over the world, thank you for your effort, support, and participation. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you remain on stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite Dr. Touronkai Sesi on stage to give the presentation. Dr. Sesi or the speaker.
Buka dah.
Gentlemen, we have now come to the end of Touronkai 2022. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank everyone who has been part of this program. Hopefully, we have all gained some beneficial knowledge from the sessions held since yesterday, inshallah. Please rise for the IPGM and IPGKPA anthems.
Institut Pendidikan Guru, kami sentiasa
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a safe journey home, and thank you. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, is it possible for us to all move forward a bit? Because we're going to take a photo, yeah? Can everyone come to the front? Lecturers, KJs, head of departments.
Sorry ya Zati ya, sorry ya.
Ustaz lama dah Ustaz.
Saya tak sengaja.
Masuk cepat.
Ini dulu. Aduh, sini kena dulu.
How I hated life, this world. It's made up entirely of dictionary words that saw through my kaleidoscope on a monotonous August morn. When he appeared in front of me, acting shy but didn't miss your grin and face like it's the textbook of this world. Oh, how to make you smile and face. I've been looking for incredibles, the meaning of unbelievable. Even hope for tragedies if it goes with the thrill. But then you were standing in front of my door, with every piece in your hand that I could ask for. Oh, words like tomorrow or future or fate, no matter how far they extend their hands, let's breathe and dream. We play together in this place. What do you say? Even the way that you love